And so it begins, the final of 2 match days before we head into our regional finals, the 20 best teams to decide who will be the top 10 and make it to LAN. And maybe, just maybe, a team in that bottom 10 could win it and steal a spot from someone else. It is all about to unfold. Who will ascend to the heavens this time around in North America? The question of if it will be our repeating LAN champions, TSM, hangs in the balance today. My name is Rain Day. I am excited to get into North America with you, where storylines aplenty, we go on. And I cannot go on myself with match day 8. Of course, I brought along 2 of our favorites with me to get the job done. Spider Tiff, welcome back. North America is here.
I'm ready. Those are the 2 words that I've got to say. This is going to be an exciting weekend. We had a joyous day over in EMEA with a lot of smiles, a lot of carnage, and now we turn the tides to North America. And what is going to happen? I don't know, but I've got my eyes open because it's going to be crazy.
And despite the joy from EMEA, it really doesn't translate here. North America could spell a different story. In fact, Dia, it could spell a little bit of disaster for one of the biggest names in all of North America and all of Apex Legends. That's TSM.
It certainly could. And in contrast to Tiff, I have to say, I don't think I am ready. I don't think anything can prepare me for the level of gameplay we're going to see today because, well, there's a lot on the line. And most recently, we had Sheilas everywhere. We were playing Rampart. People are experimenting with Gibraltar and EMEA. I have no doubt that's absolutely coming to North America. We go hard here in NA.
Listen, I thought you were going to end that sentence as I don't think anything, and I just said that's a great line. Let's just leave it at that and bring it on back for the rest of the show. No, we know you think a lot, Dia, Tiff as well. You guys will be ready to call the action in Game 1 in just a moment. For all our fans watching in here, we're excited to walk you through the setup, and I want to get involved here into the standings in North America because this is very important to start to set up our picture for what this all means. And I'm going to go through it in a second. But first, look at this. Optic Gaming out in front. They have had a resurgence this season unlike any other. XSET, they have been phenomenal from beginning to end. Will this be the time they get over the precipice and get to that trophy in their hands? Dark Zero, too. A lot of drama. Let's talk about it. We've had some interviews all around the Apex world talking about this situation, but they're still here to play. And a brand new invigorated FaZe and 100 Thieves show up in our top 5. Still hanging on. Furia, NRG on the back half of it. Going into our back 22, because this is important. These teams all are trying to push their way in. They'll make the regional final, but remember, it's about getting top 10. Otherwise, you will not make it to LAN guaranteed. Otherwise, you got to just win the regional final, and that starts to be tricky. Or, you know, maybe spicy, as we might say. Let's go down to 20 and 30, and we'll finish this as we start to look at this from a bigger perspective and get your thoughts, Tiff and Dia. Native Gaming, Team Diverge, Oxygen Esports, SCS, Team Inters, Drop-In Gaming, Noxious, Tripods, CCE, UCX, and Rise. I say their names because we don't know what will be happening with them next season. They put in a lot of effort this season, but they have to show up. Otherwise, they are facing relegations. They are facing a big challenge ahead today. But, Tiff, let's get into it. The playoff picture, if it ended today, it would look like this. The magic number for EMEA was around 77. This is that kind of threshold you probably have to cross. It's all speculative to be safe. It's maybe a little higher in North America and around 82. How are you feeling about this and some of the big stories of teams who are pretty far away from that?
This is tough, and we talked about this in EMEA, especially with Group C running back-to-back match days. Furia down there in 10th, coming in from Group C. They just have to be consistent throughout today and tomorrow. XSET all the way up at tied for first place with Optic Gaming could not play today. I'm sure they will. And at one point, Nocturnal talking about it in a podcast, they could let Sykes IGL and they would still be fine. A little bit of chaoticness, but they would be fine. But you look at teams that could potentially be advancing onto the regional finals, or how this kind of works, the LCQ, TSM in 12th. A lot of people are keeping their eyes on TSM, Dia.
Yes, they are, and there are teams right alongside them that I would say deserve just as much of that spotlight as well. While TSM are coming off the back of a playoffs victory, Luminosity are a team that we've certainly got to keep tabs on, as are Sentinels, one of the top performers from Split 1, and E8, who have been wreaking havoc recently, be it in scrims, be it in the ALGS.
And congratulations are in order for these teams that will obviously end up in the top 10, but the teams who also are in that backside of it, maybe not guaranteed a spot at LAN, they have the LCQ, which is a 40-team tournament, double elimination. It features challenger circuit teams, non-qualified pro teams to battle it out for a chance to go to championships. 2 of those teams from each region will go, and we'll keep you up to date with that, but it's a very, very fun tournament. In fact, our second place team at championships last year qualified through LCQ. That was Furia. And now Furia in a position to not only do that, but to make their first LAN of the year and maybe try to qualify for championships outright through their performance a little bit earlier. We'll keep you up to date with that, but here it is. The stage is set. And for teams in Group A, this is their last chance before regional finals to try to make the top 20. But that also leads us to our participants for today, and another story that we've got to touch base on, Tiff. It's the fact that these teams in A have their last chance. These teams in C, they're just getting warm. They're about to take one of 2 games or 2 days and try to make the most of it. Tripods, Xset, Luminosity, Furia, all big names we should be focusing on.
Yeah, FaZe, Complexity, they're 2 teams from Group A that have found themselves, FaZe in 4th place coming into today, Complexity in 7th. Those are the 2 teams that if they can reign consistent throughout this match day, they will be okay. FaZe's worst performance was on the last time we witnessed Groups A versus C. They only got 2 points for that day, and everything else has been above 15, so it's been very solid. That gave them the 4th overall that they currently sit in right now. And while that's nothing to write home about, you just can't afford another day like that.
And Dia, to put into perspective, Xset is the 2nd place team overall in North America. They have played 4 match days only. They have won, they have gotten 2nd place, they have gotten 6th place, and they have won. I mean, they are on fire.
Yeah, and at this point, we look at the top of the leaderboard and Optic are there, but Xset have 2 days and Optic have 1 to play, and that's going to be tomorrow. So this is the day, this marks the day where officially Xset get to overtake them on the leaderboards to put themselves in the #1 spot, assuming that nothing goes horribly wrong and Xset bottom out, which I'm not expecting to happen. They have been consistent, and actually, as they themselves have said, things have been a little bit unexciting from the Xset perspective. They haven't been doing anything fancy, and you know that your game plan is simple when you can let the controller player just take the reins. If they're willing to let Sykes go for it, then Xset are feeling mighty comfortable, and it's because they know their game plan so well.
Things could be simple. They're not always easy, though, and that's something that Xset has proven again and again. Those are the types of results that maybe mark the beginning of a champion. Man, that would be something that, Nocturnal Sykes, Hodsick, Fun, they've been chasing for quite a while. We'll see if this is the beginning of that story. However, we always have a few teams we pick out at the beginning of a broadcast that maybe shine a little brighter than others in terms of storylines we're focusing on, and that leads us to our ones to watch. So I'll start with you, Tiff. Who do you got your eyes on starting today?
Look, this team has made waves. They were a staple in the last match day, causing a lot of chaos. My team to watch is going to be Luminosity, coming into the ALGS doubleheader weekend in 15th place with 46 points, benefiting from being in Group C, so they will be playing twice this weekend. Niazul, Yanya, Yaguares, I'm excited to see what this trio can do. I reached out to Coach Bastillo, and I was like, hey, how are things looking for them? Are they feeling confident, especially after the chaos from the cat and mouse chase of last match day? And they said they're really confident, they're feeling good, and despite all of the circumstances relying around that drop spot POI in the contest with Optic last week, they are feeling good. They have actually moved away from that, not because of the contest. They know there are some other stakes at play here. He mentioned the zones typically haven't been in their favor, with a lot of them ending north, and we saw that happen in EMEA as well. So fingers crossed for some good zones for Luminosity, who'll be rotating out of fish farms. But as you can see, let's look at a split 1 versus split 2 comparison for Luminosity. At this point In split one, Luminosity had found themselves with 67 points, so a little bit further ahead and more comfortable per se for that playoffs picture. Kills only a 15 differential, but the average placement is where things start to get a little tough, right? It's about a 2.5 difference. So I'm looking forward today for them to have a dominating performance because they truly need it. Dia, who's your team to watch?
Ooh, well, I like Luminosity, and I'm certainly keeping my eyes on them. My team to watch for today is one of those teams with the most to lose. Wild Card have found themselves in the top 10 after their relatively recent signing, and have also been one of our more consistent squads this split, sort of coming out of nowhere, as this was not typical of them coming into the split, where they had to change a lot of things up. Previously had Luxford, have now swapped things up, bringing in Reptar, and this has been a team that looks really good recently, and it's largely because of the consistency they give us, not just in the placements, but also in the kills. They've got some big personalities there, both Reptar and Madness. Shubi, who loves to have fun, and most importantly, Shubi, who has also been approached by some other seriously top-tier competition. I'm talking Dark Zero competition, to try and take the step up, and actually decides to stay with Wildcard, believing that they have that real high ceiling. Madness leads this team, 45% of their overall damage, a ludicrous amount of kills, so there's no reason that you shouldn't keep your eyes on them. Rain Day, who are you watching?
You know who I'm watching? It's not the team maybe people are expecting me to say right now. In fact, it's a team who felt like they were their rival for a long time when they burst onto the scene. That's Furia. Remember his Watson and bringing this Seer into the meta? Yeah, he's the reason you all say Seer can't somehow get out of our game. I love it. I think this guy is a pioneer in many ways. His life has been changed over this last year with the support he's received both publicly and of course in the professional scene, and he missed land last season. They are taking somebody's spot this season, I feel, and this is a big day for them to play two and show that back-to-back results can happen. Their first match day was the only blurb, the only spot on their record, but then they've placed second, they've placed third. They've done really, really well overall and gotten points when it matters. If they keep this up again, Furia could be the Furia of old and start to really change things in this overall landscape of North America. But it has to all start. We've talked a lot. It's about time for the players to let us know what's really going to happen when they get their R301s out to play. Storm Point is where we will begin, so we'll spread things out a little bit on the biggest map in competitive for Apex Legends, and then halfway through, take a small halftime, and then we'll transition to World's Edge for our final 3 games. A lot of drama, high tension. It's a bit of a Greek tragedy here. It's not Antigone, but if you take the back part of it and look at Gone, there really is an opportunity for people to make history here. Nothing is out the window yet, but it does require these teams who are on the bubble and these teams who maybe have given up most hope to take that 1% of an opportunity and turn it into an actual result. Will they do it? That's up to them, but I'm certainly excited for the ride, and I know you are all as well. Let's send it over to Tiff and Dia to get the day started. It's North America. It's match day 8. It's the ALGS, baby.
It is, in fact, the ALGS, and things are going to get chaotic. We are looking down to match number 1 of this 6-game series, Dia. And let's start to talk about some of the things that we could potentially see on game number 1, kicking things off on Storm Point. You and I, we both watch a little bit of Scrim, specifically NNA and EMEA. And I've been dabbling a lot in APAC North recently, but the contest at the wall. How do we think this is going to go down? Do you think we'll see it today?
I think we will. And for those of you who perhaps haven't been keeping up, E8 and TSM are currently contesting, while neither of those teams have a whole lot of back down in their blood. So I'm expecting them to continue going for this, especially given that if you do end up winning a contest, it is free KP. But how I'm expecting it to work out goes a little bit differently, because while neither of these teams want to give up, neither of them are particularly feeling really lucky going into today either. It's been rough splits, and I'm expecting this to turn into a contest, but more in the way of split loot than anything.
Ooh, that's interesting, because everything that I had witnessed during scrims was actually a full-out brawl for the same building. They were both landing in the building that provides a good chunk of the loot that allows you to control it, whether that was going into the top building on the northwestern side of the wall, closest to the 3 bins on the left. And the issue is, when you take such a stark contest like that, it's finding a weapon, and that seemed to be the challenge that TSM was facing in scrims, was they were getting out-looted on their own building.
Yeah, you and I talked about this actually over in the morning when it was EMEA. And the thing about Battle Royales, the thing that makes great Battle Royale players great, is their ability to mitigate RNG. 50-50ing a building is not mitigating RNG. It's introducing it. It's introducing a whole lot of it.
Right.
So as you say, very scary for both of these teams, especially given that you don't know what the other team is thinking. We were talking about this earlier as well, but typically we'll get a lot of drop spot announcements going into our first couple of games. Tempo has been silent today. No drop spot announcements for TSM, no drop spot announcements for anyone, because going into today's games, it is all about what you're doing to the mental, the information you're holding back, and now we're about to see it.
That is a very valid point, and it's something that we hear a lot of teams, in particular their coaches, the IGLs, they talk about maintaining the mental fortitude, and it's something that a lot of players, even Nocturnal from XSET was talking about it on the Apex podcast. He was like, look, back in the day, my mental wasn't necessarily the best that it could have been, right? He initially had started back in the day on Wildcard when Apex comp was first beginning, and I know, Dia, we had talked about this previously because you knew of Wildcard from other titles as well.
Indeed, and I mean, they're an organization that do really like to invest in up-and-coming talent that they believe perhaps has that top echelon level skill and yet haven't been given the chance to have the stability of an org behind them. So Wildcard, of course, love doing things like this, and I'm glad that we're getting them in the Apex scene once more.
Surprise, you're getting me once more as well. How about that, guys? I did intend to toss you. We're just going to do a little lobby reset, make sure everything's ready to go here. But we will continue with the game very shortly. We appreciate your patience, and it gives us just a little bit more time to chat the storylines that are coming up. I mean, let's be fair. We did mention a lot of different teams. The one team that we didn't really mention that everyone is probably mentioning in chat, whether we want to or not, that we talk a lot about, it's TSM. This storyline has really been maybe the major story, and I don't think it's because of TSM. I mean, we talk about TSM enough, whether they've won or not, but what I do think it is a LAN champion having this dominance, having this like prestige, getting to the pinnacle, and then seeing a fall from grace. That's the way I would describe it. And I'm not sure what it was. I'm not sure they know what it was. I think there's been frustration. There's been questions. Mathematically, it's certainly not impossible, but the doubt seeps into where, Tiff, we haven't seen them have that type of look in the same way that they had back when we were at LAN. So is this a possibility today, or has it just become... And this is a tough question because if they win today, you might look bad if you say they don't have it. But at the end of the day, how do you feel about TSM with one last kind of run for it, maybe just making a little magic happen again? Can you count them out?
I don't think you can ever count out someone that has reached the pinnacle of success in Apex Legends. We all know that those are 3 incredibly talented players, reps at the backbone. It's all about those calls and keeping your teammates comfortable, not necessarily comfortable, but there has to be a level of trust that you are making the comms that are clear, concise, and will lead to the benefit. Overcomming can cause stress in a situation, but being efficient, I think, can do just that. You look at these stats right here, the team profile, reps with 23 eliminations. Someone would look at this and be like, oh, reps isn't holding his weight. Reps is the backbone to TSM, and I will die on that hill, let me just tell you for that. Verholst, Big E, one of the kindest families that I have ever met back in London. And he is still younger, right? He's still finding form, getting his competitive state underway. And how's Hal? One of the most notable IGLs here. And I feel as if this split 2 has just been a trial or a test for TSM.
You know, there's no better way to describe it than a trial, and trials are meant to be kind of a flag in the sand to say, where are you now? Are you going to overcome this? It's not easy. That's the whole point of the trial. But if you let the trial beat you, you can't pass. You got to figure out a way. And Dia, it feels like from the beginning of the season, it just hasn't been something that TSM can figure out. And I tend to think that there's something around the legend choices from the very beginning and the cohesion with the split opening up with season 16. They were a little wary to follow into the Catalyst footsteps, even though Raven kind of got interested in doing that. He had loved the character from the beginning. They played it, didn't really like it, went back to Horizon, didn't really get a good result, placed 18th, and then have slowly but surely tried to find that footing. From a legend perspective, have you liked TSM's choices? Have you felt that it's been more about the personalities and the personal performance? Or do you think there's something about season 16 just kind of opening something up for other teams and maybe not working as well for TSM?
I think there's definitely something to be said about the legends and the way that TSM have gone about trying them out. But I want to bring it back to what you said at the very end, which is that something else about season 16 that's changed up. And we've talked about this recently, but rings have been really different, especially those end zones. And the conversation that I had with Raven all the way at the start of the split, for those of you who don't know, coach of TSM, he was talking about how their game plan relied a lot on rotations and on specifically planning out the way they get to zone to retain high ground and advantage over any team they would come across. TSM's rotations have been what's really hurting them. They, among the squads that they're next to, have the most kills by far, and yet they can't quite make the moves in happen.
Well, I want you two to keep a keen eye on all of these storylines. I know you will, as you do a great job in Game 1. We have just got that lobby loaded up, and we are about to transition. But hey, we'll find out. We've asked a lot of questions. It's time to get some answers. Tiff, Dia, take it away. Let's get into Game 1 here.
Game number 1. I'm ready. Thank you so much, Rain Day. And let's turn the tides to Storm Point, Dia. We got a good chunk of action in the EMEA region early on today. Before that, it was the South America regional finals. I heard it was absolutely chaotic, and I cannot wait to check into that after. But even after North America, we've got some APAC North action. And at last night, over at Longshot, APAC South regional finals ended in 6 games. So much action for all the ALGS community, but North America, the storylines start here.
I was gonna say, don't spoil any of South America for me. Those are my lads. I gotta watch everything later today, and it is going to be really exciting to see as all of our regions, respectively, find their own champions to send on to international competition. Champions that are going to be decided here and now. Taking a look up at Wall, where we illustrated things we're gonna get, shall we say, spicy earlier today. Native actually almost land straight on top of E8, but pivot at the last second. The TSM and E8 splitting in the favor of TSM. This is way more one-sided than I expected.
This is what we were typically witnessing when it came down to ALGS match days. Of course, in scrims, there's not a lot on the line aside from trying to assert your dominance on a different style of lobby. ALGS match day, this matters more. And typically, E8 has been extending out towards the Wall IMC Armory, but check out where Native is. Yes, E8 appears to have gotten the Trident, but you're driving right past 2 members of Native. That is not going to be undisciplined.
No, and Native have already demonstrated they are more than willing to get way too aggressive in order to defend their landing spot, and specifically that IMC Armory. So despite the Bullet L positioning over towards North Pad, Native are feeling very good about themselves. So good, in fact, that we're rocking up with the blue shields and taking a few more pot shots with the 99, forcing E8 back and into the center of the map.
Dare I say, Dia, that we are getting more Gibraltar gameplay. Bullet from Native Gaming breaking out the Gibby, and we had a lot of Gibby action throughout EMEA. It's been popping up in APAC North, and This is what I wanted to talk to you most now that we're on the topic of legend compositions, in particular E8, Loba, Ashe, Rampart. This is the wildest composition that we have ever witnessed. And Enoch on the podcast was talking about this came from the boys. Zach Mazer and co picked this composition and that Loba allows them to fast rotate.
There's no way they just got raw ring scan and just send it forward. When you say rotate quickly with Loba, I think like loot up your POI and then move. But no. They are just going on forward. They have information, a trident, and a gosh darn dream. And they're sending it all the way towards Prowler Island. Lanimal's actually similar game plan here. Have set themselves up on God Rock right outside of Millage. And they're looking pretty good themselves. Pulling out the Gibraltar and Rampart, a composition that we actually saw innovated on in the Challenger circuit this week.
Ooh, and how did it go in the Challenger circuit for those teams? Because Lanimals and Scrims, let me just tell you, I witnessed something straight out of Fast and the Furious. Albrelelli threw a bubble down on a trident and full face sent it straight into a team. It didn't go very well, but at least they trial and errored it.
It went a little bit better in the Challenger circuit, actually. It went a little bit better. Teams are playing a little bit more conservatively, and it seems like that's carried over to LAN today, as they sit back and on God Rock should have a pretty good time with the Rampart. Team Diverge also having a pretty good time, as those G7 shots onto the Trident are going to give you some good Evo. E8, unfortunately, maybe meeting their untimely end. Design's gone, Zach's gone, and well, you can't really predict this, but I suppose you could have seen it coming.
You mentioned the Trident and a dream, and that dream has been crushed by someone named Xset Fun FPS. Let me just tell you, Fun, the nightmare, the legend himself. We got to listen to that podcast that I was talking about more in particular, where they featured an interview from Nocturnal and the things that he was saying in regards to Fun. This is, and I quote, when Noct first met Fun through Monsoon on Complexity, by the way, he thought he was cheating because he was a freaking demon and had just joined the comp scene because he wanted to have fun. Think of the biggest turning point in his life, and as I'm hyping Fun up, he gets eliminated by Madness, your team to watch, Dia.
What on earth?
What?
Seeing Xset go down in 19th was not on my bingo card today, and yet the position up on Riz really punishing, as a lot of action just went through there in a very short amount of time, and it doesn't seem like Xset, with their own quick rotation, were able to stabilize.
I was just trying to hype a team up, not cast or curse them into the infinite nether realm, but I guess they're gonna have to enjoy the lobby and we'll see them run it back. Granted, they can afford this. We told you, they could essentially not play today and almost with certainty guarantee themselves with a LAN placement, but checking in with Team Diverge, electing to also put themselves on a Rampart, but Horizon has been popping up more and more as well. We saw it make way in EMEA today, and it provided a lot of excellent trajectory for the teams that were playing hard edge.
And you know what the best part about this is, and I'm giving some love out to some other commentators over in the Challenger circuit, but Tom will be very happy to know that there's no seer on this team. In fact, there is no seer on a lot of teams, as our North American squads are starting to experiment with what a game without seer looks like. What it looks like when you can't just interrupt heals willy-nilly, when you can't get scans, but instead are relying on the very powerful abilities of other legends, like the Bangalore's ability to clear out entire areas and hold them with smokes, the Rampart's ability to lock you down and keep you safe, and of course, Horizon's opportunities to start fights.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about Rampart, because as someone who plays a lot of Apex Legends, Rampart is a legend that never really caught my eye until I'm witnessing just how she can be used here. I never had realized that if you shoot through the blue side of the amped cover, it boosts the outgoing damage 20%. And I know, Dia, this is where you're gonna tell me that's what the amped and amped cover means. You know, sometimes I'm a blonde, bro.
It's no worries. Here's the thing, is that like I actually have like just been playing Rampart ever since I found out that she was coming out. And so when you say that, I go, I don't actually know what's common knowledge and what's not, because I've been playing the Legend for so long that it genuinely might not be. But TSM, they certainly have a grasp. Students of the game, and now looking for their first fight. They got some good initial damage, but no knocks just yet. Verholst on this angle could very well find one. 124 for Flesh, and Bullet L goes down. Native are in trouble.
Verholst able to grab another knock onto Klain, so Native Gaming going to be in trouble. One member standing, and the sandwich is happening. Hal jumping down through the stairway, and just like that, Native is sent back to the lobby, and TSM has won their first initial engagement with taking minimal damage.
Native were also trying something really interesting here, going with two Legends that both scan care packages, doubling up on the passives with both Horizon and Wraith. Gibraltar alongside this doesn't give them a whole lot of options in fights outside of what the power that Horizon and Wraith already bring to the table. So as soon as one goes down, the team fight's over, and TSM take full advantage of that, going up against one of our other big fighting teams. Furia have rolled up to the scene of the crime.
Look, a little His Watson versus Imperial. Hal, what more could you ask for? But this is so far out on edge that you have to imagine not a single team is going to hear this go down. This is where they can lay it all on the line, or they could simply choose to disengage. But I could not imagine a Furia that is going to do that.
I like the missiles for cover as they end up moving through the bunkers, just making sure that TSM doesn't have a clear line of sight onto them, and it's a good move for Furia. But TSM know exactly what's up, and they're going to start encroaching on some territory here. As you say, this fight seems almost inevitable from both of these squads, whether it be Furia or TSM that starts it. And Hal's going to start things off with just a peppering of damage, not actually getting too much done just yet. With the Nemesis that has increasingly begun to rev up, you need to actually make something stick in order to fight Furia, and TSM haven't done that yet.
The challenging part here is the cooldown on the Seer Tactical. Reps initially burnt that from the damage that Hal had sent, but the Nemesis, it's burning up, and at this point, it's throwing down enough damage that Furia is stuck behind the rock. TSM, in a sense, can keep Furia out of the ring, and you have to think Verholst probably has a Valcult available should they run into issues. You see the Black Hole is available for Hal as well, but this may not be smart for their placement. I love that they're kind of deciding to go their separate ways. So talk to me, Dia, about some of the rotations that we could expect to see from Hal and Furia. Will they meet up again?
Yeah, for Furia, it's more clear. They only have this large side of the rock to play, so they'll likely come down to the ring just straight on, meeting us over by Mill and the bridge that connects Mill to Checkpoint, where TSM are going to have to go through Checkpoint, and while they could rotate out to find Furia, I think it's much more likely that they fight through Checkpoint proper and perhaps go up against Meat Lovers, who have actually put themselves directly in the rotation path of TSM.
That would be rather interesting, because I feel that Meat Lovers seems to always find their way to TSM in one way, shape, or form throughout Split 2. Tech and his leadership, I don't know how it's been something that's been inevitable, because it's interesting, but you mention it, and we could definitely see it happen again. Tech is like the villain who's actually really nice and, you know, really putting in the work.
It's true. Very nice in person, very scary on Twitter. I don't tweet at Tech. I don't want any part of it. Very scary person, but again, only online. Furia, gotta be scared a bit, as they are a team that I'd normally be looking out for, but the position they've put themselves in isn't one that's too active. Their attempted rotation right on down into Mill was cut short by Complexity's pre-existing position, and this is exactly what we talked about, TSM versus Meat Lovers.
Zainu already down. Funk and Tech are going to have to bring it together. Jump on over. Hal was the one that was able to grab the knock onto Zainu. And do you prioritize that? Because in a 3v2, I'm pushing in. They're trying to use the bank smoke to cover their backs as they disengage, but that smoke takes 23 seconds to evaporate. But it was just enough time for them to run through the southern area of Checkpoint and try to get through that choke. But TSM is not going to let this go. The only thing I'm worried about, Dia, is will they run into another team?
don't even know if they make it out of this choke alive. How frying with the Nemesis right now. And at this point, you got to turn tail and run. Meat Lovers can't stop, but they also can't scout ahead for what they're running into through the smoke. TSM will not be able to find that next kill, instead going back to finish off the singular member of Meat Lovers that they knocked previously. Zainu going to be the sacrificial lamb for the Meat Lovers, and TSM will be perfectly happy with picking up an additional KP because they are on the warpath today.
Not the purple knockdown shield when you're trying to fin someone. The purple knockdown shield was in crafter for today, and it's necessarily a good thing to craft because you get all the extra HP when trying to defend a teammate if you go down early on, but it also makes finning things a little more challenging. Let's touch base with Luminosity, my team to watch, looking to get into an engagement, but Jaguar the double time kicks in and he goes 33% faster straight into the elimination of Koifel. Now the advantage is all for Luminosity.
Jaguaris, please. I've never seen a Bangalore commit so hard, but it looks pretty darn simple when you see it from their perspective. When you see how clean Luminosity were able to play that fight, taking down Chu, leaving just Slayer alive. LG get to move their way in towards this ring, in towards a millage, because where they are at currently is not a part of the next zone that is pulling heavily towards Height and Mill, just off to the north of the IMC Armory.
Oh, last we saw, Complexity was quite healthy on top of the mill, but Furia, and more in particularly Zera and his Watson, completely annihilated them and have now taken the roof of the mill for themselves. I think this was a solid choice and well needed to happen because now Furia can just sit here and watch. They have put themselves in a god spot, Dia.
We all knew that this was the spot that they wanted, just wasn't sure one that I was sure they would get. Seeing them now able to hold up over by Mill, there's going to be a test for other teams before you have to face this final boss that Furia are becoming, because they are in the biggest corner of the zone with nobody at their backs. Wildcard, however, they still have a long ways to go. Up onto the ridge, must they jump? But Luminosity have beat them to it, taking the Valcult right onto the graves of Xset. Will this claim their lives as well?
They took minimal damage with Neozil taking the forefront of it. Yanya getting punished now, but trying to get the shield bat off, but it's not going to be enough. Team Diverge is turning their attention straight to Luminosity, and Yanya has already been fooled. Jaguars and Neozil are going to have to try and step this up, but with all of the information that is coming their way and the Sheila that is mounted to the ground, they should have the advantage here. Meanwhile, Wildcard has been eliminated.
They go out during that time as well, and a big part of that is this cutoff that a lot of teams have put themselves in. If you're trying to leave Millage, Lanimals are farming you. Luminosity are taking up a lot of attention, but Inters were crushing it as well before being taken out by Lanimals, who have now committed onto the low ground. Team Diverse starting to pay attention to that. Well, Luminosity are on their last legs, but they're picking Yanya back up.
They were able to grab the banner with the respawn coming in, but now everyone's turning their attention to Luminosity and being so far on the edge. Team Diverge, Lanimals, they all want to pick them apart.
Thank God that Luminosity have this little bit of cover given to them by the smokes and the rock. Importantly as well, the Gibraltar ultimate from Lanimals gave them some really good visual cover to reset for a moment. But all that's starting to clear up. Team Diverge still know what's going on down on the low ground. Lanimals still have Luminosity in their sights. You won't have a Valkyl. You're gonna have to walk into one of these too.
I was wondering why the teams were disengaging, but you look at the clock, 28 seconds before that ring starts moving in. You need to solidify your spot, your placement up towards the mill. We know Furia, you dubbed them the final boss, have already made it there, but GS Bird, he's got a Valk in his sights and a lot of damage going down. Smoke doesn't mean anything. He doesn't need a digi threat, and it's going to be against Luminosity. An all-out brawl, and Yanya and Niazul have lost out on Jaguares, but they're recently repositioning themselves, and a Prowler and an R9 in hand. They are turning the tides of the fight.
Team Diverge gets some KP, but these teams are going down here. Luminosity are out, and Team Diverge may as well be. Jesper doesn't make it into this zone, doesn't make it out alive. And that's the reality that both squads accepted when going at that fight next to each other. We'll see if Slayer can make it into the zone, stay ahead of the ring that is continuing to punish squads waiting at the side of it, including Meat Lovers, that Slayer's actually going to run into at this very time. Both squads going down. SCS and Meat Lovers gone. 8 teams left, and very little space to play in.
Well, let's touch base with the team that's on everyone's mind. I would love to hear what their thought process is looking like. So let's jump into a quick listen-in presented by WD Black.
I don't have an Arc 5 Thermite. We're gonna need to play to kill this team, guys.
I know, we have. I just wait. They're gonna bub on us. I promise you that.
Yep.
I have Arc Stars
out
out
in the bub, okay?
Yes, I have 50 energy only.
I need 2 damage. Try to get my red.
They can nade us out here.
I'm healing. If they start nading us out, we have to just push in, bro. We have to just push in on them.
I know. They're gonna
We
crypto
played
energy.
for these kills.
Break that, break that.
And if they EMP, I'm zero thing right after.
Yeah.
I have 60 light.
Dropping you.
They don't have a Valk, right?
I don't know. I don't think so.
It's a crypto team in this building here.
Either way, we're playing to kill this team.
Can we wrap around the gas?
Yep.
Yes,
we
we
might
could.
heal up for now. Evan, heal.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Not
Maybe
yet.
we could.
We do it late. Come over here now. Come over here. Stop to make it. They might swing out now. Be careful.
I gotta put Medi.
Hop in cell.
I'm gonna zero on us.
Off the nade.
Kill these guys. Just look to kill these guys. Look to kill them.
Yeah. One shot on one.
Give me one.
Oh,
Give
you
me
guys.
one. Give me one.
Oh, no.
Coming back in from that, we got a lot of insight based on that placement, and you heard the call come in. Play for the kills. At some point, when they realized there was a team on top of them and a team holding them out, you have to play for the KP. Now, we turn our tide to Drop-In Gaming that's looking to hold out Sentinels in a plethora of EMPs that are just wreaking havoc.
And another team fight taking place in the red so late into the game. Zenile, the last one left alive for Sentinels as a kill gets finished off. Drop-In Gaming go down first, but Tripods, they're here to clean it all up. Sentinels are down. 3 squads are left. Furia, the final boss, are untouched so far.
We've got the dad buff IGL going on for Nick Merckx right now as he's trying to find his voice when it comes to leading the Tripods. Furia has been here since the beginning. They knew taking that initial fight, fighting for the high ground of the mill against Complexity is leading them to take a victory here. This is their game to lose, in my opinion, Dia.
Watson's on a massive flank right now, and let's not forget that this is one of those teams that has not given up the Seer, that has interrupts, has full information, that just took down Gent, that just took down Deeds, and that will take the first game of the day. Furia, the final boss, are not dead, not by a long shot.
They did everything to textbook here in match number 1, coming in from Group C, having a back-to-back match day here this weekend, but to kick things off with a win has got to feel good. We heard from Zera on the last day, and he had ice in his veins, Rain Day. He was so cool, calm, and collected, focused, and now look at it.
Ice in the veins. You know what it is? I mean, Furia definitely didn't need too much ice. They could have kept it pretty tepid in the veins at that point because they just had an easy setup. People walked in, they just threw their weapons, their armor. They said, you know, just make this fast. And Furia did. They obliged. That's a team like Furia's plan, and they have certainly executed it. Wow. Big game 1. Tiff, Dia, great call. Thank you for doing that, Tiff. We're going to give you a quick break here, and I'm going to come back in with Dia.
Oh, we're on a full frame of me. I apologize. I missed out. Oh, I'm taking
a little bit.
Let's go. I'm taking a break. Bye, guys. Go cast the crap out of game number 2.
Bye,
Well,
Tiff.
if
Rain,
you want a little bit of a glimpse Oh, sorry about that. Am I muted for you guys? I probably am. There it is. I am muted for you guys. Welcome back, guys. A lot of fun. Basically, what I was saying is that Furia had a really easy finish there, and that ended up giving Furia this great start, which, you know, I had highlighted earlier. Dia, Tiff is going to take a break, but you and I can go back and forth on just what occurred here in game one that allowed them to be in such a good spot, but also clinical. I mean, a lot of kills going the way of Furia.
Yeah, this was, I mean, a position where they were able to largely relax based on their early position, because Sentinels and Drop-In Gaming, they had some sort of beef going on down here.
Yeah.
Neither team really benefiting from this fight, and from that point on, it was a funnel of teams that would just pick up a few KP and go down. That was the reality of the situation, but the way this developed is of much more interest to me, Rain Day, because Fury are a team that fight, or at least in theory, but they didn't fight TSM. They ran straight down here to the position that won them the game.
Well, that to me is why I make a parallel between Vexed and the maturity they've shown in terms of being a great team fighting edge team and then slowing it down, knowing let's play for position and use that team fighting when it matters. I feel like Furia have had a little bit more practice in that. When they play at their best, they are undoubtedly a top 3 team in the world, but their consistency is the key. We know they can get kills. We know they can get into that momentum. It's a matter of how can they kickstart that momentum every single match day. Winning game one, that is certainly going to do it. And Zeratricky on the Rampart, they're also innovating with their lineups. And this is not something we always see in North America, but this is something we always see with Furia. Started out with the Seer, Watson on his tried and true. Zeratricky, who likes to play the Fuse, who likes to mix things up, can now apply that variance with the Rampart, and Panders taking the role of the Valkyrie, doing so well to keep those high line of sight pokes and allow his Watson and Zeratricky to finish things off. I thought that was a pretty good masterclass in terms of how to take a simple but effective fight, and Furia take the day. I mean, it's a good start for them. And overall, a lot of teams, as you mentioned, they kind of cannibalized each other's position, and no one really won from that outskirts engagement.
They do, and there's not a lot of space to play. We actually said it going into, I believe it was Zone 4, that realistically, you can't coexist that much inside of Mill and even the associated buildings just down the slope. And yet, when we get into this end game, for Furia, there's nothing but space because they're the last to take the fight and everybody else vacates. We see, what is it, Watson playing off on the west near Downed Beast, taking space there, Rampart setting up walls in the middle, and then we've got Panders off on the flank up on top of Mill. There are so many angles here, there are so many crossfires that on the low ground you can do very little. But let's talk about who the other team in that end game was, because they were quiet during that entire game. They've largely been quiet in Pro League. Tripods made it to second.
Tripods is a team that has I think a chip on their shoulder as well.
Yeah.
They get a lot of either positive or negative trash talk. There's not a lot of in between. You know, they create fans, but they also, because they have that huge fandom, create natural haters online. And I think that what Tripods wants to prove is that, no, stop talking about us like we aren't and don't belong here and aren't here to play. I think Tripods is certainly set up to having a good day today. It's been a tough start in the Pro League so far, but with this game and with this kind of momentum that they've started off with, it could be something that changes their trajectory. And I think that is a great point that you mentioned, Dia. How do you feel Tripods have done overall in terms of this split, kind of trying to find that identity and how it really works in the Pro League for them?
Yeah, Tripods have definitely had one of our more challenging splits, but I don't think that it's a massive differential from where they were in Split 1, where, again, they were saddled with that same story, being the team that just needed to fit in, that just wanted to feel like one of the other kids. And now they're very much in the same position, and yet that much older, that much more mature, especially in the Pro League. And so while they have still had their moments of struggle, a few moments of triumph, this split has looked a little bit worse for them in terms of numbers, but in terms of attitude, I think Tripods are in a much better position, and it's why I look at a game finish like that for them and go, hey, that was really well done, because I don't feel like it's variance, and I don't even think they're doubting themselves. They go into every game with confidence, and that's what I've really admired about Tripods, specifically in Year 3, Split 2.
Oh, that's a great summary as well. We'll see how they continue to do so. We're still waiting on some standings for you, so I'm sure we'll be moving on that in a second. But until then, we'll just keep talking here around what is going on in the league. And game one gives us, a little bit of a potential TSM story. It doesn't really come up that way, but then we end up seeing Furia out to the gates quickly. One thing that I think maybe it notes and is worth noting, just the fact that Fury are playing a defensive character. They're playing that Rampart, and that bodes well for doing something that, in comparison to TSM, has worked really well for them in the past. Rotate early, get inside that big building. I think a lot of it in World's Edge and Skyhook games or Lava City games, get in that building, wait it out. Feels like they're nowhere, but then they're top 10, they start putting in work. I feel like Furia now, with the capability to have that Rampart, really showing us what including a defensive legend into your lineup can do. It means you have a lot of flexibility on how you play the game, and maybe that's something to consider in terms of adding into the mix there for TSM.
And one of the reasons that I think Rampart is so powerful right now, and one of the things that perhaps TSM could use, because we saw them actually doing this last game, is the fact that they're opting into Horizon. And we've had a bunch of conversations about Horizon, but what Horizon does really well is she forces other teams into engagements, or at least that's something that she used to do very well, and that's how TSM are using her. Rampart doesn't really do that, but fulfills almost the opposite role, where Horizon will start a fight, where Horizon will catch another team and say, we're fighting now. Rampart will say, are you sure you want to fight? Do you want to make the mistake and step up to my amped cover? Is that what we're doing right now? And Rampart, just by virtue of good positioning, allows a strong, solid IGL who understands the teams around them to basically just give other squads rope, to sit around the side and say, this is a place you can't play. This is a place you can't play. When is the mistake going to occur?
Well, Rampart, we never thought we'd see it, but we've seen many Rampart wins this season in EMEA and in North America. Something we'll continue to see, something we might see at LAN. Who knows? We'll find out in a minute. As game two is underway, we'll confirm the standings and take a quick break. We'll be right back with all that info and the start of game two after this. WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Rain Day Dia, here ready to cast game number 2. We've talked all about game number 1. We are waiting to see the standings and the scores. I know you are at home waiting to do so as well. A little speculation, Dia, as we are still kind of holding off for a couple of seconds. How many points do you think Furia got? Were they over 20 in that one?
I think they're like 19. I don't think they hit 20. It was some kills. I know they cleaned
Okay,
up complexity.
okay.
I know they got some kills at the end. I'm just a smattering.
A smattering.
Yeah, how's it 19? How about you?
I'm gonna go 18. I'm gonna go 18 points.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 18 because I think we get. Ooh, actually, I'm gonna go 20. How about that? I'm
Okay.
going strong 20. Yeah.
We're like neck and neck. Watch them have like 30 kills, and we're like, what? Where did this come from? What is happening?
Exactly. One of us I'm either on the high side or the low side. I'm going the high side for them as well. You know, this is I think this is an unprecedented season that we've had in Split 2, and I think that's kind of what's caused problems and made things interesting. It's unfortunate to be the team that is having the problems, and you know, you can point to many of them throughout all of the regions, but it's kind of nice, I think, as a spectator and as us commentators who watch this day in and day out and who have to explain these stories, that we have a lot of new stories to tell, and that's the essence of an esport like this, ever evolving. It's the essence of the game, ever changing, you know, being ever adaptable. But this season, a little bit more specifically. And the variance of Catalyst to Rampart to Ash to Newcastle to little things that we've seen that have worked, it's kind of quite remarkable. And I think we are definitely setting up for a great LAN experience. I wonder, though, if we started to settle, I feel like I've started to settle on a couple opinions on a few legends. I feel like Catalyst is here to stay, and I think should be prioritized for most teams. I do think there is a reason not to, Dia, but I think in general, I think from a tier perspective, Catalyst is a top tier character, and you should, if you're not going to use her, really be thinking about why that works for your squad, and not just saying, I don't think she really is worthy of being represented, because I just think she's great.
Yeah, and it's always a conversation, I think, specifically if we're looking at things like Rampart or Caustic, that would typically replace the Catalyst so that you at least manage to hit ring consoles as well, maybe something like the Watson, is that you're looking at these legends and not just going, well, why Watson or why Caustic, but also why not Catalyst, because of the flexibility that she brings to the table. Just the walls alone, even not factoring in the passive of being able to lock doors and the tactical being able to be very multifunctional in end zones, has really, I don't know, it's shaken a lot of people up. And I do find myself wondering what the impacts of that will be as we do approach international competition. Because as you say, this is quite strong. Teams are figuring out counters. What's the balance of people playing too many counters and Catalyst becoming strong again versus
That's
not?
true. That's true. What does it, you know, too many counters end up saying no Catalyst anymore, because literally we have all built, you know, lobbies built to counter that character, and now it's unfortunately not available. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. We do not have the stats yet for the scores, but we are going to get into game very soon. I promise. I am just as excited as you are to jump in there. So here we go. Wow. Game number 2 coming up here in the ALGS. DSM in the mix, but they get taken out with Sentinels, and Drop In Gaming, they have themselves a fight on the fray, and Furia cleans it up. I'm sure they are excited to continue their momentum. I certainly am excited to see what they do next. In our second match in Storm Point, Dia, what do you got your eyes on here as we head into it?
Certainly Native. Landing over at North Pad, they went with the very unorthodox Horizon Wraith Gibraltar. It was a big bet, and it was one that fell flat on its face, especially since they were being contested by E8, who landed and tried to take some of that IMC armory. Well, E8 didn't do great. Native didn't get the chance to set up like they wanted to, and I wonder how that affects their composition going into Game 2.
I'm excited to see how that's affected as well as we fly into the beautiful Storm Point, and our teams look to drop in. Complexity, also a team that landing at Thunderwatch on the northern side of the map near Furia, Sentinels, TSM, E8, but has done so well. Maybe part of the reason why they're in the position that they are. 6th place overall in the ALGS and overall standings, and that means that some of those points are going to them that aren't going to other teams. Is it a proximity bias there, or maybe Complexity stealing a few from those, or maybe there's another story? We'll find out. I certainly would hope to see them continue to show up and show out each day, as we'll have an opportunity there to also see how good they are at traversing the map, because it's going to be at least a middle and possibly a southern circle here. It will be a southern circle. Yeah, so there's going to have to be some movement from the north.
It's interesting whenever we pull down towards the south of Barometer and Shipfall. There are a lot of buildings that are over on the island off towards the western side that tend to be prioritized. And you talk about all the storylines coming into any individual game day, even a whole league of ALGS, and one that hasn't gotten nearly enough airtime is absolutely that of Rise, who landing over a Barometer had a very difficult season. They've been 30th the entire time, but this was after Rain Day. They bodied Challenger Circuit. Rise absolutely decimated lobbies, even in the Pro League qualifiers. In the actual Pro League itself, they've had trouble, and every time that I go into a match day that features Rise, as it will for the next 2 days of games, I do find myself wondering, when is the right moment for this squad?
Well, it's a great question to ask. Rise 1-4-4-1 in terms of overall points earned in 4 matches. That's a total of 10. That puts them right at the bottom of the entire lobby. But for those teams who are at the bottom, it's not that much farther towards the middle, just with a big win. And you may want to see too, is there a way to avoid relegation? Can we somehow earn our spot here? Something that happens in a lot of professional sports. We see it here in the ALGS. Is already Land making their skyward dives in. Snipe Down as well, making their skyward dives in on the side of FaZe Clan. Everyone moving towards that southern side, and Rise trying to rise to the occasion, as Dia had mentioned. Will this be the moment? They're starting to get some teams, though, heading their way.
This one's tough. There's a lot of people have already piled in here. I like that Rise decided not to take the Trident, because it would have certainly been a death sentence. While we had the map up as well, I couldn't help but notice that up to the north, Native and E8 are again sharing space, specifically the IMC Armory that E8 have started proactively. Native have contested for the IMC before. Native will do it again. And I find myself wondering once more how that fight will pan out up towards the northern end of the map. While TSM make their way down from wall, Furia take the IMC over by Lightning Rod, and all the teams that actually found themselves in ring early on in some of the more powerful positions get to hunker down for a bit, and that includes Wildcard, who is specifically with this Loba should have a very good time.
2 exhibits out and about. Native Gaming, they have found themselves in nearly 10th place on most of their lobby days. Klain trying to make it just one more. Maybe just one more kill to finish this fight off. Big Prowler, he gets the knock, and Native go down. It's Chaotic Much with the help of Zach and Designful, who clean up Native, as they will get a goose egg for game number 2, and E8 will be off to a decent start here with a ton of loot near that armory.
This is incredible for them, and absolutely a risk. This fight was far from certain. E8 knew that they had to take it leaving the armory. They knew how poorly it went for them in game 1, and yet ran it back, had that faith in themselves and in each other, pulling out a 3 points for their second game so far. It isn't where they want to finish, but E8, I'm sure, have plenty further to go.
Tripods. 28th place here in the Pro League. A little bit of action outside of our screen too. Snipe Down and FaZe going at it with 1 FPS and Xset. Snipe Down gets the first knock in that battle. Gentrifying on the triple take. It's a Nick Merck special. It's clearly moved forward and become a part of the identity of the squad, at least for this rotation of weapons. Exhibit comes out. Should be a pretty decent down. Flinzar will fall. Jit's gonna maybe pick this one up. It's good from the alternator. Can the triple take do the work there? They're gonna get one more body down. Flinzar will be sent back to the spectating screen. And that's Team Enters going down. A nice fight from Tripods. Just gotta stabilize here, but they do have a gravity cannon and a nice rock to be able to avoid some of the onslaught coming from Land. We're at the building right next to them.
Quick reset out of the Tripods, and great capitalization from them, recognizing that, especially with the way the triple take was landing, once you hit for flesh on a Trident, there is nowhere to go. now that we've got the Gibby bubble and defensive bombardment expended, Lanimals need to group up in a big way. Aberlately able to make it back to the rest of the squad as Sentinels show up in ring as well. Everybody finding plenty of space. There are even a few more buildings that you could grab. For example, the one that Tripods held moments earlier that are still up for new arrivals into this zone to claim themselves.
By the way, if you're interested in the points as well, since we didn't show them, we will show you an updated one afterwards, but you can see them at the top of the screen. They basically populate, and guess how many Furia had, Dia?
Ooh, I'm gonna bet, since you're asking me the question, that it was over 20.
You're a smart man. 21 points. Ooh. And I was going to go for that because I felt that they had 15 heading into that fight, and you basically go both teams tied at second, but then you get the 3-point bonus from taking first place, which is 12 points, plus you kill the 3 players that are vying for first place against you. And so that tends to be a 6-point swap. It ends up working out. I didn't trust my math fully, and I kind of went down, but we are close. Furia will have 21. Meat Lovers down at the bottom with 2. Xset at 2. A slow start for a team that today, Xset looking to take over the firm top spot in the league with still a game in hand. They've been excellent, but I think maybe this is the bigger story right now. Tripods with 15 points. A great start to, I think, a match day they really want to go their way and continue this way.
They absolutely need it, because as we've talked about, the situation for Tripods a little bit dire. They still have plenty of work to do in terms of their overall standings when it comes to avoiding relegation, sitting in 28th right now. So as many points as you can muster, a top 10 performance, since they are in Group C and will be playing both today and tomorrow, could very well be enough to keep them out of the relegation zone and have them purely focused on the regional finals.
One of the good things about it is that teams in front of them in, let's say, the distance between that 20th spot, which right now they would hope for, just to have a chance at the regional final, just to maybe win and maybe get a place at LAN. There are at least 4 teams who have played more games than them. So that's good. They're sitting right now, though, in 28th place, so they've got to get past the other 4 who are in the way, who are even with them in this lobby. SCS, INT, Drop-In Gaming, and I believe it's Noxious as well. No, it's not Noxious. It's, I think it's Oxygen. Yeah, Oxygen Esports. Those are really the teams standing in their way in Group C. So really, Tripods looking to say, we got to win here, because this is a big lobby. We got to win both days. We got to beat our C compadres and see if we can make sure that we give ourselves the best chance possible.
I can't wait to see them do it, as right now, as you said, pressure is continuing to mount. Team that didn't have the greatest game just moments ago, Meat Lovers, who got chased out of checkpoint by TSM and have so often been the bane of that very same squad. Coming into this season, it was all Meat Lovers mirroring TSM, EMPing them, jumping all over the squad and taking them down. And we saw just last game what this team looks like when they aren't being able to play proactive, when they're the team that gets engaged on, and it hasn't been a good look for them, not just last game, but the entire season. Meat Lovers need to be starting fights. Playing around the edge is the beginning of that, but in Barometer, they're far from being able to do so comfortably.
Most teams in the area of Barometer, and in the area specifically of the southern side of Barometer near Shipfall. TSM at Barometer, playing the middle of the bridge, leading to it, and betting on maybe an adjustment in this ring. Maybe they get things going their way, or they're just going to be willing to be late. And Complexity going on the opposite side of where TSM are. TSM smell it out. That is them fighting TSM. Are they going to get Luda here?
Almost
Not
goes down. TSM are grouping up. This was a split squad.
Huge fight here. Verhulst goes in, takes a lot of damage, though, from the ultimate. But they've already got one. Monsoon has fallen. Complexity didn't know they were flying into a prepared TSM, ready to strike. It's just one more bullet from the Nemesis. Can he grab it? A little tap strafe there. And it's 13. It's enough. And Reps, alongside Hal and Verhulst, clean it up. And that's Complexity eliminated. 3 more kills for TSM, and they get to hold on to their position.
I can actually almost hear the comms in my head as Complexity land. I can hear Verhulst going, guys, to the rest of TSM rocketing back to save Big E, and it absolutely works to the tune of 3 KP for them during just a short course of events. Complexity going to be sent back to the drawing board, and now we get to see where they're going next. The zone continuing to pull ever further south as SCS may be the next to test TSM.
And this is really where things get interesting because you're right. SCS may be pulling over. In fact, they are pulling over, and TSM have to make a decision. Do we turn around and gatekeep them? Because then that means Furia, who are right next to them. I don't know if we could show a little bit of the map to kind of set the stage up here with a little picture-in-picture. Furia are right next to this fight with TSM and SCS, and if they hear it, I'm guessing Furia is going to come over and try to make something of it. That is the thing that you have to pay attention to. Everyone trying to move south here, but as you can see, Dia, this is the question. You want to fire off and show presence, but you don't want to overcommit or let somebody get down because that starts to make you a great target for everyone else in the lobby.
A little bit of a chaotic move here, and I mean that with full pun intended, as we get a trident bouncing in the air, trying to avoid the meat lovers, and that's not a strategy that's worked for many in the past. Out comes the black hole, though. The Arcstar on top of it will shred the shields of Zainu, but E8 do not stand a chance, going down to the meat lovers, who took fate into their own hands.
Still patient play, and there is still time. Meat lovers doing some work on the outside.
And I do like that they got the opportunity to start that fight because it's a different look from what we saw in game number 2. And already they've changed things up. They're not playing scared, and they're going to need to play, I dare say, even more aggressive because next zone doesn't exactly favor their position either. Drop-in Gaming have priority on the gravity cannon that is up by the hill in the center of this southern island over by Barometer, and plenty more squads the next couple seconds, including TSM, will have to make their way further towards the south. Can they keep their lane all to themselves? Because right now, the rotation of TSM is looking pretty empty, pretty juicy for a lot of squads, even those that have to exit from shipfall.
Yeah, and it's really, what do you decide to do in terms of walking this in, trying to get aggressive, take someone's spot, or in terms of just skyward diving and saying, let's just try to avoid people looking at us. Let's go high. Let's land somewhere, or let's just go up like this team is doing. Maybe, nice shots there, refs. We just get some information, scan all of the people below, get that info, and then drop right back down to where we were, then walk it in with that extra intel. A lot of different ways that you could play this, but you can bet that they are talking about it right now. TSM know how important this is. A win here could set themselves up for the day they need, which is certainly a top 1, top 2 finish to have a chance to be in that regional final. If not, though, and they let Furia like this get set up, which they did, off a skyward dive into a Zeratricky Rampart 3-wall special. Wow, this could spell trouble and another win for Furia.
Are joking. How do they get away with that? Quick res here is Furia not as home free as it looks like they were, but still with these walls, they've got plenty of time to continue laying down cover, hopefully get this reset, and be right back into the game. This is not an easy place to land, but Fury have somehow done it, avoiding the attention of every squad in the area, while Wildcard continue to be sandwiched in on all sides.
And this is where Reptar maybe has to go a little bit big. We know how Wildcard has benefited from his presence on this team, but he's playing the Catalyst, and we mentioned it earlier in EMEA. You can walk through the other Catalyst, Piercing Spikes, and the Dark Veil. So while a team might think, okay, we've got him, Piercing Spikes, Veil outside the door, I don't think so fast. There's still someone who can put a wrench in those plans, and that's Reptar at the bottom. What he does, though, remains to be seen. Arcstar on the lower floor, they'll resist it for now, and Watson will do a little bit of scouting on the outer edge of the building. Xset still alive and well, alongside FaZe, who are circling the outer edges of this zone. It's all fun and games until 47 seconds go by and they have to start moving in. And this is what Xset is trying to do with the Rampart as well. Make sure they don't have anyone moving in on the side that's most dangerous to them.
Wildcard go down, 13 teams left, and as you said, the fun and games are all about to end because the zone poll is anything but what was foretold, even for Xset, who put themselves here very intentionally in a great typical endgame position, are under siege and still having to relocate themselves over into the western side of this current circle. Very few positions to play, and interestingly enough, Rain Day, put themselves there early. Rise.
And like you said, a great opportunity for this team to finally get some momentum. We have to see what this turns out for with Rise and also Tripods, another team that is fighting down below with Sentinels. Xset showing good work there with the Shayla. Oh, snipe down. Sees firsthand what it's like to go against Nocturnal and that ultimate from Rampart. And we see just maybe a few more reasons she's brought into the meta outside of just countering Catalyst. Nocturnal, he's gonna have to do a little bit more work to stay alive on that one. Fun cleans up the rest. He's got a shield swap. Does he get it? Gets the banner, gets the swap. Is it enough? Oh, Fun tries, but it wasn't good. It was TSM who go down alongside Xset. Panders looks trapped in the zone, but maybe that's just a bug. He's now coming back in as Rise are alive, Dia. One of the only teams to make it out with that chaos that just ensued.
They've made it into the top 6. Rise are doing so well. Oxygen right alongside them with a stick through the crevice in this ship. Senox manages to land that singular nade. Meat Lovers go down. Rise pick up another kill. Make it into top 5. Yanya goes down, but Oxygen hesitates to push as ever, are waiting for their time to strike. Nazul and Jaguares healing up for now, and I think Oxygen may just wait for this till another day. You don't need to push up now. You know that Luminosity are crippled.
And in that way, in this situation with more time coming, you can almost start to understand why they let Yanya go down, because a kind of shielded, okay 3 in a defensive situation isn't as good as a fully geared up 2. In an offensive situation, maybe differently. You want the extra ammo, the extra bullets coming in from 3 different angles. But here, because they're still holding, it's better that Nizul and Jaguares give themselves the most amount of shielding and resources as they can to be able to push out into this fight late. And that's what they've done. No more grenades, no more arc stars. They have survived. LG still with a chance with Sentinels, LAN, Oxygen Esports, and Rise rounding out our top 5.
And it's important that Luminosity remind Oxygen there's still a Bangalore that you have to contend with as well. Should you push up to us, things are not going to be easy. You may not know what's going on, and that should keep Oxygen at bay for as long as possible. The Gibraltar bubble at 12 seconds that you can stay alive. Going to be really important for Oxygen as they're forced out of the open along with so many other teams, Rise included, as they are forced to make their exodus into the open water. Sentinels, much the same along this dock, have very little room to maneuver.
Sentinels something to prove. They got switched up on mid-season, and while they may have worked it out, they may not. We don't know their personal stories. You can tell that Keon and Arcane are trying to make things happen here. Will they do enough? Keon's still pretty healthy. Arcane getting a lot of damage doing. Keon hiding behind. Will he get the shield swap? He gets it. It's not enough, though. The Red Sea comes in, and Luminosity still waiting. Again, Jaguares and Nizul patiently. They've gone from 5 to 2, and the charge rifle from this distance is actually quite effective, but it gives us back towards the standoff. But this time it's not 2, it's 3 looking at each other from this wide open zone. Who is going to make the move first? And Dia, I'm saying, who's got a catalyst?
Yeah, that does become the real measure of an end game squad. Who can split the zone? Who can force the other 2 teams to fight? Rise have done what seemed impossible at the start of the split. They have put themselves in a top 3 position. They are one of the teams that could very well win this game. Oxygen, as a full 3-man, still very much standing in their way. Luminosity constantly putting down the harass, and A1's still around with this catalyst. We don't have the data on this cooldown just yet, but we know Seer ult's starting to come up, and we may just see Rise split the map.
Very interesting. They give Seer the exhibit for the ultimate Excel, and I think that I think that's the right play. You could have also tried to go with the Bangalore artillery strike just to be able to force one of these 3 teams out in a different position, but I think this is exactly why. They know that if they get the Seer ult right here, they will have an advantage over when they're getting pushed from the left side. But for me, they're not going to push you through it. They're not going to push you through it. If they do, they're almost committing suicide. They do! Oh my goodness, they take all the damage. Oxygen Esports say, we don't care about a catalyst wall, but should they? Maybe not. Synox back and forth with the hip crouch and fire. He gets it, and Oxygen Esports through the wall back into the 1950s. It's black and white, but it's an Oxygen win.
What? They're blind during that whole fight. Oxygen take on Rise blind. And they do it. Oh my God, Rained It. Tip, I am freaking out.
That was confidence right there. They go from, we're used to having color TVs. It's like they went all the way back and said, it's okay. People watched TV before there was color. We can get this done. Even through this ultimate, I love the play. I love the confidence, and it worked out for Oxygen Esports. Tiff, sometimes you just got to surprise somebody by being that audacious with your game plan.
Sometimes you just got to do it, and they played it incredibly well. It was patience, right? You come down to the final 3 teams. They're all looking at each other like, no, you go first. And Oxygen Esports, this was what they needed. I have been waiting for them to find their form again. They recently added Synox to the team, and look at that, a map win.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. I mean, Dia, surprise, obviously, but how much surprise and why? Because I think... we're looking at Rise, and this is a game they could win. Is Oxygen Esports just maybe a little bit more confidence going into this fact that, hey, we've been here before, and maybe Rise saying, oh, they haven't experienced somebody doing something like that, all inning in that way where they feel like they've got their first win ahead of them?
I think so. It does come down to exactly as you say, the experience differential. Oxygen knowing that they have a little bit of wiggle room, and I think most importantly, that is the one thing that Oxygen can do that Rise would never expect.
Right.
Come around the back is like nobody would ever do that, and especially in a situation where Rise have so clearly isolated and destroyed Luminosity, they're planning on holding the front and swinging you around that catalyst wall. So the best move for Oxygen is to catch them off guard, even if it looks crazy on paper.
And I think that is why, back in the day, great generals were great generals, because sometimes those game plans, it's like, oh, no, they're not going to swing all the way, around the mountain and, go behind us. No way they're going to do that. That'd take years. It's like, oh, no, that's how we lost. I love it. I love the tactics. Oxygen, that was a fun one in game number 2. But let's walk through some of these highlights as well. Tiff, you didn't cast the game, so you might have missed some of the moments, but walk us through your thoughts here as we take a look at some of the highlights here.
My first thought is, why is EA not contesting TSM? They did it in scrims. They won 3 for 3, and now they're essentially splitting the POI between Northpad with Native and the wall with TSM, and I feel as if it's putting them in a interesting situation to not find the most success. They did go ahead and go back to a different legend composition, still not necessarily panning out what they would need it to be, but TSM, now granted, they did not win the first game, which we were talking about this before the broadcast. Anytime TSM wins game 1, it's scary, Dia.
Yeah, and it's not scary in the way that other teams look at TSM and go, oh no, how are we going to beat them? It's scary for TSM fans because you watch TSM win the first game and go, I don't know if we can do that again. This has been the story of them throughout this split. XSET also falling a little bit prematurely as they dropped down, got pretty darn aggressive off of a killer Sheila ult. And that was what took so many teams out, was this mass exodus that we saw from the Shipfall and Prowler area. But with all of those teams that went down, so many others had the chance to shine. We talked about them to death, but Rise crushed it in the end game. Sentinels made it all the way into the top 5 as well, one of their better performances of recent history. And even Luminosity as a duo managed to survive into the top 3.
Then it was all Oxygen Esports from here. You go in the black and white through the Catalyst ults, and it's all said and done. Oxygen, got to be happy with that one. What a show so far. Game 1 and game 2, really exciting stuff. And we are actually, going to look back at that final circle again, because that might have been the most unexpected push for Rise to play against, because Oxygen here, it maybe feels like they've only got one way to go, yet they dared to do it. And Dia, that dare, well, it worked out pretty dang well.
It really paid off for them. I want to see how they use the crypto in this end circle, something that I hadn't called out earlier, but that very well could have given them an informational advantage as well. But we talk about the innovation here, the surprise factor from Oxygen. You say great generals, and we've got to be talking about Hill here. Shot calling for Oxygen, IGLing them so well in split 1 of year 3. Hill was the IGL to have your eyes on during those first couple weeks, and Split 2 has been a bit quieter for the Oxygen roster, but moments like this demonstrate that great IGLs, they don't go anywhere.
And moments like this, which we're going to show just here, showcase the athleticism within gaming. That's right. We had a little Tom Brady moment. Shout outs to the NFL GOAT here. Sinox took his hand at trying to find some accurate passes from distance. That first one lands, and Yanya's like, are you kidding me? At least we survived that one. And then another one, Sinox goes ahead and gets himself a nice elimination. Yanya on the other side of it. Happy, healthy. That Gibby, he's doing a good job of staying alive and putting the pressure on. It made actually a difference, because it would have been a 3v3v3, and that was able to make it a 2v3 and ultimately set themselves up for the win. I also love that he's bringing in Gibraltar, Tiff, a legend that we don't see all the time. And as we head into our match results, we could talk about how that's working for him. Match 1, it wasn't the Oxygen Esports show. It was Furia on top, 21 points. Dee and I were going back and forth. Tripods, a nice 12-point game. Lanimals right behind Sentinels and Drop-In Gaming. But you see Oxygen Esports right there at 6. Tiff, walk us through this and also that back half of our 10 to 20 and what you're seeing in match 1.
Well, Oxygen Esports putting 5 points on the board. Now we jump over to the back half. Since this is match 1 results, if you're in chat watching, yes, this is match 1. We know Oxygen Esports is going to move up on the leaderboard post this, but Complexity, they fell to Furia early on in map number 1, and we like to think that that fight was what won Furia the game, but it was actually the initial engagement they had with TSM and surviving that rotation to allow them to take the fight against Complexity for Godspot at the mill that led to Furia's success. And they were looking to do the same towards the end of map number 2. You called it the 3-wall special coming in from Zera, and it was impressive, but unfortunately they just weren't able to hold on to it. Instead, it was Nocturnal's Rampart that was cutting people down from the sky and destroying all of the Valks in the vicinity. So it's been very interesting for the Valks, but you had asked me in particular about Gibby and the utilization of him. We're seeing him come back into the fray, not quite as hefty as what we've been witnessing with Watson, but we're seeing the results of maybe people prepping for LAN and what is to be expected and how to play a little more safe in a Valkless comp that could, if people keep getting cut out of the sky by Ramparts, we could potentially see that. And I don't know, Dia, did you catch the bubble push at the very end of map number 2? I know things kind of went black and white due to the Dark Veil, but Senox throws the bubble forward, and not only was that a Dark Veil blinded and slowed, he was bubble fighting.
And you know what really irked me about that too, Tiff, is that he committed sacrilege by bubble fighting on Gibraltar with an alternator. This man, you could craft an Eva, you can have a Mastiff, a Peacekeeper, you can do whatever you can even have a Mozambique for all I care. An alternator, my man?
I will not stand this alternator slander. This is not acceptable. Me and Rain Day are going to literally fight you. I will bubble fight you in a firing range, Dia, anytime with an alternator.
Yeah, hit fire as well with a Gibby. Give me that damage reduction, okay? I'll take a shield too. And another one fortified on my alternator. On the back half of these results, we know it worked out for Oxygen, and the alternator Gibby seems to be effective in a pro situation. TSM, Furia, Tripods, Wildcard, LTC in our 10 to 15th spot. Native Gaming, we saw them go out early alongside Inters in a couple of fights in the Armory and nearby. So that has been a tough start for them in game number 2. Game number 3, though, hopefully will be a little different as Oxygen Esports find themselves on top. Furia right behind them, Dia.
And Complexity, the squad that I'm seeing suffer today. They came into today's matches 7th place. Not a lock-in for playoffs, but looking pretty good. 2 0-point games in, and I'm starting to question that, as must they be, because there is very little time for Complexity to course correct before they walk away from today's matches with no points at all.
Absolutely. 2 0-point games is not going to work. And if you go for 3, it's almost impossible to get into that top 8 position. Maybe a top 10, but you're fighting for something you probably don't want right now with the pressure rising and a spot at land almost being in your reach of being guaranteed. Great start to today. I cannot wait for game 3. Our last game on Storm Point. Who is going to take it? Will we see the continued development of Oxygen Esports and Rise making a big impact here? Will TSM show up again? Furia, XSET. We're waiting on all the action, and it's here right now. Game 3 underway. Tiff, Dia, go ahead, take it.
Thanks so much, Rain Day. Dia, we have to talk about this. When we were looking at those series results after 2 maps of play, you highlighted Complexity, but FaZe isn't necessarily having the best 2 games yet either. As someone who is maybe a TSM fan in chat, this is what you need. You need teams that are maybe facing relegation, popping off today to allow the other teams that could prevent you from solidifying a top 10 to falter, maybe.
I have to agree. At this point, it is all about interestingly enough, the way that we were talking about even Horizon Rampart, watching those errors happen and being willing to take advantage of them when you see those teams ahead of you, perhaps stumbling a bit on their path to London.
Yep.
Looking at this ring, it's going to be another opportunity for those unforced errors to become even more evident, because when we are pulling over towards Lightning Rod and High Point, mistakes on rotations can catch you in a literal uphill battle.
Think back to what we were talking about early on this morning. We were sipping our coffee, getting our energy drinks together. And what was the one fight that I was talking to you about when we had a High Point ending that went down in the EMEA region? And where did Aurora get stuck? Spiders. So this is exactly the zone that is reminiscent of me, but as we've got Senox on the Gibby, a nice trident bubble to rotation makes me happy.
Gonna help them out for sure. Just tanking up a bit of damage as they move forward. Relatively few shields on this roster, but when you consider that you're running Watson and Crypto, this is absolutely on brand for any team that's hoping to make the early rotate and farm things up later. Oxygen's Trident rotation should take them all the way up into zone, even over by the IMC near Lightning Rod, without any real problems.
That's good for them to kind of get this quick rotation, and I know that's Hill's massive game plan when they run the Crypto Watson. It's to set up shop inside that end game, and as you can see on the map view to your right, relatively uncontested. The only team that can pose a real threat is going to be Furia, as they are currently split towards that IMC armory that they typically drop down and take, but with the information that they're getting, they may decide to forego the IMC armory and focus on fighting hard edge, but Oxygen, relatively uncontested. We'll see what happens. A good use of the bubble. It's only going to last for 12 seconds here, so they need to get into a building and quick.
That's enough. This is... I hesitate to say, but Tiff, I think it's perfect. That was the best timing that Oxygen could have had on the bubble usage in both scenarios, passing by fish farms and over in Lightning Rod, avoiding a lot of the fire that could have very well come from Furia. That was really, really, really well played. And Oxygen, they aren't going to be bitten by those late rotations that we talked about earlier. The ones that are going to catch so many squads on the way in because they're already in ring.
Yeah, and you can see they have that next zone information. They're kind of marrying up next to the side of where those two rings interject. But let's check in with TSM as they work on their rotation just on the outskirts of High Point. Now, typically when we see the Valkolds that cut around the edge of the map, there's one that's over by Lightning Rod's IMC Armory, and this one in particular. But they are being punished by SCS. Capra's down. Koifel was able to get a trade. They just need to find the last member, and they're going to be able to clean it up. But once you have two down, you don't have to rush. They're prioritizing the res, which I think is brilliant.
Just gets you that numbers advantage that much earlier in reps. The glue that holds this team together is going to slide it on in classically no light ammo, but now he gets a bunch off of the body of Capra, and it's 2 KP, a swift rotation, a decisive push out of TSM, and this is on brand. This is TSM playing with the power they know their nameplates bring to the table.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to Koifel right now, currently on SCS. Some of you on chat may be like, hey, what's going on? Who is Koifel? Koifel is brand new to SCS right now, just stepping in, if I'm not mistaken, today to play for the roster. Currently Slayer last alive for the team, similar to what we had witnessed in earlier map play. But as a final game on Stormpoint, they found themselves just outside the top 10, but TSM is starting to put some points together and they want to break the top 5. Even better yet, they need a match day win.
And the way that they're going about that is via pure prediction. This rotation up to High Point isn't just because it's convenient and takes you out of the line of sight of many squads going around that mountain. It's also because you're predicting the zone to end over here as it continues to pull further towards the north and into High Point. Even Xset are set up here. Sentinels, a classically zoned team, have to take their fight up against Dig and seem to be doing so to great effect. Let's see who comes out on top.
Arcstar in hand would like to get a well-timed stick if they could, but overall, reigning supreme here in the stairway is allowing you to play this corner and completely take that team off guard with the utilization of grenades. Plus, you have to step away from the interceptor pylon to be able to utilize those grenades and check in with TSM, who's in an engagement now. Dark Veil out and a beautiful, almost one clip from Imperial Hal, but he takes a good chunk of damage, so he needs to step back out of the fight. It's going to take at least 6 seconds, 5 seconds in particular, to hit that bat, but it's going to be the last member of SCS cleaned up. So now you turn your tides to the battle of the building in High Point, and Sentinels, can they withstand it? Stunny taking a good LOS to get rid of the generator, Dia.
And Stomps has always been here to take no prisoners. He came in to this split with Stunny and JQ. Really wanted to make things work, and Drop In Gaming have suffered quite a bit at the hands of the Pro League squads, but they came here with a mission. Can they finally fulfill it? Sentinels jumping on top of the building are giving them no room to maneuver, and Keon drops down to finish off a kill. 1v1 in this endgame scenario, and Keon, if anyone, can clutch it up.
This is tough. Keon on the Valk fighting Stomps, who had reinforced that wall. You can't prioritize the res because then Stomps will push, but they are going to stick it. Stomps isn't going to chow. Strength and numbers, they're going to go for a full reset.
It's going to cost a lot of meds for Sentinels. Quick interrupt on this res means that Zenile doesn't get back in the game in a timely manner. Out comes the swing, and Keon needs some cover. RKN holding down the angle, allowing him to go for the wide swing. In through the building he goes. TSM even starting to pay attention, but it's going to be the end of one of these squads. Likely Dig, as just that one member left. Crook has to take the 1 versus 3, and it's not an easy one to fight.
Yeah, but they are prioritizing healing up in the form of Crook, but I want to disengage from that. There's already a Seer exhibit up. You know they've got information on where you currently are, but Sentinels has gotten back to full form. They've leveled up their shields. They've gotten KP, and now you know if you prioritize this fight, you're just essentially doing some light cleanup work with 19 squads remaining, and you've got Xset outside this building who are biding their time in the essential underneath of High Point. And I think that's a really good place to play. But now there's just a lone Crook hanging around somewhere.
I love that play as well from Sentinels, just letting RKN chaperone them through the building, checking ahead with the crypto. Not a play that we get to see very often, but interesting and effective enough in its own right. Xset still hovering underneath, haven't taken advantage of any of the action happening above them, prioritizing their own position instead, and rightly so. A lot of teams are going to be falling around the edge. You want to ensure placements. You do not need to push for kills right now, and that should be the mantra of really every squad in an end zone like this.
Yo, they scanned Crook and decided, hey, let's just go clean up the solo. But meanwhile, a rogue charge rifle catches Nocturnal off guard and forces him to relegate down into the depths. This is quite interesting for Xset. I love the prioritization, especially utilizing the amped covers. And it's smart, right? We talked about the damage boost, and they've got the wall set up perfectly. But let's check in with E8, who had to forcibly move off that Loba Ash Rampart comp for something a little more traditional. Micro drones are going to be giving information, but design falls a little too early. Now Zach, Mazer, and Chaotic are going to have to clutch this up, but Mazer able to grab a knock. They win this. Team enters. Now they can go for the reset and prioritize the end game placement.
If enters are water, Chaotic is fire, because we just saw that team evaporate. That did not look like a team fight that E8 should have won by any metric, but they managed to. And again, outside this zone, it's really important that you're able to pick up these isolated fights, especially when playing out of where E8 currently are, where your next ring isn't even a certainty. Being able to make it into Zone 5 is completely unsure. Every point matters, and right now for E8, picking up these 3 could be a lifeline even near the end of the day. Pun, again, absolutely intended.
Dia and all the puns. If I ever need a pun, I'm just going to call you because you're quite punny. And now I'm cringing just listening to myself say that. But they've picked up 3 KP. They grab the map room scan and they can decide where they want to make it happen. But Luminosity wants to get involved. They've got Wild Card inside, Rise just on the outskirts. And I feel as if this is a fight we witnessed in map number 2.
Should absolutely be using the past tense, unfortunately, for wildcard. Now they've just expired, and it looks like Rise are joining them. In fact, as I say it, Rise bite the dust in the building that surrounds it as Luminosity reset real quick. They've got another team on their backs. Meat Lovers, same story for them, are taken out by TSM. This time TSM coming out on top of that engagement, and Native are unable to catch Luminosity resetting.
Hal and text calls have them running into each other every single map, and this time TSM is going to once again get the better of Meat. Native Gaming on your screen, 19th currently overall after 2 maps, needs to start pulling some things together. You can see the points on the upper part of the screen running order. If the team is still alive, their points will be up there. Oxygen Esports have done really well. Remember, they were one of the first teams to rotate towards Lightning Rod and then had moved over to High Point as that zone pulls further and further. Dia, when we were talking about this early on, this is the zone we were talking about this morning that we saw in EMEA. And the fight that happened was the building that Complexity is holding, and then there was another chokehold as people rotated through Thunderwatch.
And those are the places that you do have to watch, especially Thunderwatch, who currently houses tripods down on the low ground. We've got a survey beacon there, but Luminosity fighting for the high ground. Managed to protect Yanya in time. Jaguar is putting in overtime on this Bangalore.
Jaguar is taking height. Sears are going to be canceling the heals, able to drop down and turn and burn on Prophet. Now turning their sights to the team in front of them and wanting to make sure they can get the full bullet, utilizing the bang smoke to try and hide. But E8, they've come to party. They want a piece of this, and Bullet is right in their line of sight just like that. Native Gaming is being eliminated, and E8 says, we're still hungry for more. Here's another Seer exhibit. We're coming for you, Luminosity.
I can't believe that Luminosity are in essentially their 3rd straight fight in a row. No cooldown on these third parties, and again are managing to kite out an entire squad. E8 show up to fight and find that Luminosity have already left them behind, waiting for their own turn to jump back in once their Seer ult is off cooldown. You saw that gold helm trade. It isn't an accident. Luminosity are waiting for the cooldown advantage before they take the fight up against E8.
TSM, meanwhile, eliminating the final boss, Furia, mid-match. so they are starting to find form here. Luminosity, another bubble team, need this fight against E8, and I think that's a brilliant observation, Dia. It's always about burning the enemy's team seer ult and having yours in your back pocket to give you the immediate upper advantage. Nemesis in hand, we just need it to burn up a little bit, start heating up so we can, you know, maybe triple burst a couple teams here.
Plenty of ammunition left for Luminosity. They have been the benefactors of all of the fights coming out of Command Center in recent history. They got double reds. I'm sure Nazul's isn't red simply because he had to swap during the last fight. And now it's a matter of time. Arcstars start raiding in. In comes the Fry. No knock yet, but Luminosity are in charge.
Horizon ult on the roof. Niazul's getting a knock onto Chaotic as they swarm the reigning members of E8. Yes, they get a knock onto Yanya, but the bang smoke comes in, the reset to happen. They're just on the outskirts of the zone. They can focus on what is moving forward. Meanwhile, TSM has put themselves in the power position of the next zone. You said Fury was the final boss in map number 1. Well, if TSM took that down, what does that leave you?
Yeah, we've got to keep our eyes on TSM, and in fact, if we get the moment, I want to bring up the map real quick to further demonstrate how ridiculous it is, how much TSM are dominating right now, because High Point has not been the focus. Luminosity have been in an all-out war up towards this northern side, but down at the bottom of this hill, TSM have forced everyone into a death trap. It is all of you are trapped in here with us, and we need to go to land.
Reps already found another knock onto a member of Sentinels on Keon. This is mission success for them. Let's tune in. Yes, we're going to check in with FaZe, but Hal found a knock onto Fun. We are breaking into an all-out battle in High Point, and TSM is at the tallest position.
FaZe taking the reset. X-set. As a result of this, TSM knock completely lose their footing. Oxygen able to claim those kills, and FaZe, I suppose, waiting for their turn, because at some point you will have to poke your heads out into the mess that is the rest of High Point. Lanimals just trying to get there, have tripods gatekeeping them in this choke point over by Thunderwatch, and it does not look good for Lanimals. The rampart setup on this low ground is doing them no favors.
Yeah, but Albrelelli, a fantastic Gibby, burning the defensive bombardment, hoping that they can walk forward with this. Now, you just have to keep an eye. They're actually going to elect to take to the skies, but the question is, can you find a safe spot in a contested area of High Point? Because Nick Merck says, I'm going to challenge you on this. I've committed so much damage, and now Jet gets the knock, and all turns to chaos for them.
Tripods push in to the Sheila. They almost lose Gent as a result, but they certainly lose Deeds. Tripods could have left this fight for dead. Lanimals had to tank the zone, but they step a touch too far, and Abralele punishes.
And you're not going to be able to recover that banner. The zone is going to hurt too bad. You have to prioritize your rotation, but peep Sentinels, the EMP, everything, trying to keep them alive. And FaZe is extending out, trying to poke and prod, but they may have just enough cover with that hillside to be able to regain. Team Diverge eliminated, LTC eliminated, Sentinels not able to survive, but it's TSM that picks up a multitude more of KP.
No. I cannot believe that it's happening like this. So many squads have already fallen, and now there's going to be another pull that takes us even further up to the north, even further towards High Point and right into the jaws of TSM. Tripods go down, a natural conclusion of their previous engagement, while Oxygen again push into this building. Hill destroying with the car, but choosing not to push, waiting for that bubble, and swinging his straight into the thermite. Oxygen risk going down.
Tripods fully eliminated at the hands of Oxygen. Now Luminosity steps in so they can be the third partier of this endeavor. But Hill is already down. Senox trying to engage the fight. They do have an interceptor pylon available, but FaZe has been so patient, coexisting peacefully on the other side. This is the time that they say, we are here. We are going to show you why we are at the top 5 on the regular season standings and why we want to find ourselves in London.
And these catalyst walls are going to be so important. FaZe just expended theirs along with the C-roll. 13 seconds left as the zone closes. Means that neither of these two crucial cooldowns are available. Complexity have made it into the end game and are in a position where they could find themselves some really good kills. FaZe on the cross right now. Remember, no catwall, but somehow they managed to make it to safety.
Yeah, but we need to go to a TSM POV because they were the only team in the next zone. They have extended out, taking all of the space and making it their own. Now they will completely cut off the skies as once again, TSM picks up another elimination while sending Luminosity to the Shadow Realm. Focusing forward, this should be TSM's game to win.
It absolutely should. Ball is in their court, and with the horizon, especially in these close quarters, TSM's game looks so simple to execute from here. 3 squads left, 1 certainly on the low ground as FaZe populate this small section left of the map. Complexity in an even tighter corner, and at this point, Complexity don't have the catalyst. They don't have a way to close this gap. All they've got is a Bangalore and a Dream needing to make the best use of that Rolling Thunder to not go down in third.
Well, FaZe is going to be their nightmare when FaZe decides to turn their attention towards Complexity, because how can you not? Complexity is blood in the water at this point. They have nowhere to go, and TSM is in God's spot. So at that point, FaZe needs to realize you're playing for second.
They certainly are, and Complexity is that juicier target on the low ground. They need to find a way of making sure that exactly as Monsoon is covering, nobody pushes them through the zone. And even still, as we push onto this high ground, Complexity need to be smoking themselves in order to keep FaZe at bay, making this a target that is not a delicious one. Otherwise, TSM will just watch these two squads collide and clean up the aftermath, something that feels almost inevitable at this point. A few seconds left on the zone close. Nobody has to fight, but now we start closing this in. Now Complexity will ever closer be pushed into the line of fire, and the game is coming to its conclusion. You said TSM, Tiff. I don't disagree. Let's see how it plays out.
Here comes the Rolling Thunder that you had mentioned, but
yes.
How? Utilizing the grab lift. Look at the damage from the grenades. FaZe forced to utilize the Dark Veil, but they have the ordnance to prove every bit of substantial. Verhol's able to utilize the passive to take a cheekiest line of sight. They find a knock onto Luda. They find a knock onto Monsoon. And TSM, your Split 1 playoffs champs, are here to show you why they are fighting to get back to London.
You are all trapped in here with TSM. Game number 3. They show us how it's done. And once more, TSM fans everywhere rejoice because we just took one step closer to moving this team into land. The plot armor is thick on these lads.
The script writers going crazy. Welcome back, Rain Day. I've got to hear your thoughts.
Well, people around the world have finally exhaled for the first time in about 8 weeks. TSM at the top of the leaderboard and looking in command after that game. Verholz, that last little moment, clinical. I feel like that should be studied for all Valkyries on how to take angles and how to apply pressure and make sure that you can clean it up for your team as that entry fragger. I love, too, the way that we saw the teams in that final circle compete. Oxygen Esports are still there hanging around. They have a tough fight. FaZe, Complexity. Oh, it was a lot of good teams hanging in there, guys. But it really ended up being the TSM story. And this was maybe where we were questioning, without kind of trying to put too much pressure on, if it would go. They have to win. I would say nothing but a win would satisfy them as giving them the best chance to make that top 20. We'll talk about what it means there. They still have a lot of work to do in the regional final, but making the top 20 is key for them. a win certainly could do it, Tiff. And it seems like they have just done one of the big things they need to do to be on the way.
Well, let's just think back to the beginning of that game. They made that Valk rotation and immediately fought for that building. And we've seen a lot of these fights early game that change the trajectory of the result. And you'll see a lot of teams that might die in 16th place and be so upset, not only because they're not getting a good chunk of points, but it's because they know had they won that engagement, they have the best ability to retain God spot and go on to win the game. And Dia, that's exactly what happened. You win that one fight, you win the game.
It really is, and great zone prediction as well. And this is largely a game that once it started going in TSM's favor, didn't seem like it was going to stop, but you called it out there, jumping right on top of SCS at the beginning. That was straight up a risk because TSM could have gone down in 20th. We could have been looking at this once again, and though I see this game through the perspective of our Split 1 playoffs champions, now starting to perhaps have some life breathed into them once again, you got to look at the rest of the TSM split and say, this was a really good game. World's Edge isn't written off yet. We have 3 more games today, and you say we took a breath, Rain Day. I have to agree, but I'm holding my next one.
I think so. You go right back into that same phase. And in many ways, maybe that's what it was all about for TSM. So much pressure coming in, winning, maybe too much, given the fact that every team, whether you're great like TSM and have done more than almost any other team in the ALGS's history, it takes time to learn a meta like this. But I feel like now what at least we're not seeing is hesitancy from their play style. They feel like a little bit of the TSM from old. I had mentioned too, noticing how Furia in game 1 had God spot, rotated early, and just fought there. TSM, they do the exact same thing here in game 3. They're in the God spot, they wait, they fight it out, feels like they're not doing too much, and then they show up and they get a big win. That's what we expect from them. That is what has been tried and true. That is what they're now doing here. And to the chagrin of FaZe and Complexity, you tried to make something happen. It just wasn't. Hal hitting shots with the Nemesis this far away, fully ramped up on the sticks. It's going to be hard to get out of that one. Luminosity also in the mix, and I think this is one of those teams that, Tiff, you've highlighted before, and still need performances from them. They are, though, looking pretty decent in terms of staying in the top 5 in these late game engagements.
Yeah, they need to be consistent. Luminosity came into the match day in 15th place, just 5 points back from TSM, but FaZe making it to the on game as well. But they knew going into this, not having the high ground in the ring caused a real challenge for them. You have to play it forward, knowing Complexity's literally between a rock and the edge of the zone. How do you take over what TSM has on the high ground when you have minimal space in TSM? The comms are going, take space, own this area of the zone. This is how we win.
All right, I want you to walk us through it. D, I'll start with you. Tiff, you can pick up whenever he's done. If he finishes on this final circle, because TSM, they put on a great show for their fans here.
They really did. And I do want to give some love, of course, to FaZe and Complexity. Complexity especially, who had 2 0-point games coming into this and played the end game as well as they possibly could. FaZe, very similar story. No Catwall, no Sea-Earl, had to walk it down. And when TSM changed the course of this fight was actually when Complexity bang ulted them. Everybody taking that gravity lift and completely denying any damage. From there on, it was Big E, and it was Big E all the way because we knew these two teams had to fight. FaZe made sure that happened by walling on the TSM side of the walk-up and relegated themselves into a second place finish. It's a great job from FaZe to recognize that and play proactively up against Complexity, and really well thought from both those teams. But Big E took control of that final circle.
And let's not forget, too, great analysis there as well as we get ready for the standings. The fact they're not playing with Catalyst doesn't mean they don't have options. And you could see with the Valkyrie height how that Catalyst wall actually made it easier for TSM to know exactly where everyone was and harder for them to really spot out where TSM was attacking from. They also, playing the Horizon, give themselves a chance to have another mobility that can go over a Catalyst wall and obviously aggress with that ultimate. Let's take a small look at Verholz, though, Tiff. Big game so far. Big E showing up here in match 3.
Yeah, this is what Big E needed. 9 eliminations, 3 assists, almost 2k damage dealt, but Dia said it best. The Valk towards the end allowed him to take the line of sights away from the teams that he needed and to move above the Dark Veil. You also saw Horizon come in clutch for the end game. This did happen with Element 6 back on World's Edge in EMEA this morning, but immediately throwing the Grav lift when the Bangalore ult came down allowed Hal and team to evade when those rolling thunders started to enact and then take advantage once more, but from a different area of the end game.
Hal also representing in a different way, 3 kills, 11 assists, and 2,200 damage. So actually playing maybe a little bit more of a support role in that game, and that has worked out very well to TSM, who have gotten the highest total point score all day in 31. A huge moment for them and TSM fans. They'll be happy about that and certainly be in first place after this. Luminosity, though, Tiff, big shout out. 14 total points. Even though they ranked 5th, they got the kills to push them up to 2nd in the leaderboard, followed by FaZe, Complexity, and Oxygen. Let's take a look at the back half of R20, and that'll be where we see Lanimals, XSET, a little quieter of a day than I had expected. Dia, but E8 still there, getting some kills, and a bunch of these teams like Rise, they've had some moments already, so I think they'll be happy with their 3 games in World's Edge, Stormpoint, and ready to transition into World's Edge.
Looking down at 18th as well, I can't help but notice that my team to watch has found themselves there, and Meat Lovers only 2 above them as well. Both of these placing next to Rise on the day. Being, for Meat Lovers, our 6th place squad, Wildcard, our 8th. Both these teams are in Group A. This is their last day of matches, and to be in the bottom 10 as we approach the halfway point is not going to be doing their hearts any good.
Here are your series results. 43 points. On top is TSM. And
God.
What a moment that is for them. TSM, when they finished this last grouping of A versus C, you want to know how many points they had at the end of the day? 35. So
Wow.
if you talk about a dual side, you talk about the other side of the coin, or Jekyll and Hyde, whether you want to go literary with it, they've shown a new side of themselves here this afternoon. Oxygen Esports right behind them. Luminosity having the game we expected, a top 3 type team. Furia, Lanimals rounding it out. And yeah, big showcase from Tripods here. I like it. Top 6 placement as well as Rise Challenger Circuit teams. And let's not forget, shout out the Challengers Circuit, which you can get involved in. Registration opens May 2nd of this year, only a few days away. And if you missed that one, there will be registration for Challenger Circuit number 4 in May 23rd, just a few from there. Dia, talk to us a little bit about the Challenger Circuit.
I mean, this competition, of course, is for you to get into the LCQ, make your way to LAN, and a lot of people like to view the ALGS and the Challenger Circuit as separate things, but they really aren't. In fact, never was that more evident than this week, where a Challenger Circuit team named Donut Shop with J-Trips, Davis Wave, and Ashley Marie ended up taking the title by a long shot, running Rampart, Gibraltar, Valkyrie, and schooling the competition. It's no surprise to me that we're seeing the Rampart and even Gibraltar show up in ALGS now.
Well, it's a great opportunity to get some new names in there and teams that maybe haven't had the traditional method to the big show to find a way no matter what. Challenger Circuit, make sure to check it out and to qualify or put yourself in a sign-up position to maybe qualify once you start playing in a few days. Dia, it's been great having you here. I want you to take a break. We are going to get into match 4. You've done some great casting, and so take care. Tiff and I will hold on to it for now and return it safely with you for the last 2 of the day. Tiff, World's Edge, it marks a different dynamic, but in terms of Stormpoint, Furia, Oxygen Esports, and TSM have come out swinging. What do you anticipate here in World's Edge?
Barring what we witnessed happen in the EMEA region earlier today, and after speaking to Kay Swinney, when he said, they didn't have their Stormpoint map figured out, they were talking about World's Edge being more particular, their safety net. They felt more comfortable and put up a lot of points. So now I'm looking to the teams here in North America. Will they have that comfort from World's Edge, or Will we see chaos like we witnessed in match day number 7, Rain Day?
I think that's a great question. You know, the comfort and how switching maps, how that impacts you, and how it also, when you do well, heading into not another game on the same map where you'd like to repeat it, but a brand new map, you start to say, do we just stick with it? And my answer overall, most of the time, is stick with it. I think what you're doing, if it's working, keep working it. And that is what I expect TSM to do. I do not expect any lineup switches, and I expect them to continue on this run. But they've been taking risks. They have been playing Edge for 2 of the 3 games. Will they get a little luckier and have a zone pull their way so they don't have to? And if it does pull Edge, will we see them run into some of those scenarios where a top 11 and they get caught in the smorgasbord ends up hurting their chances to continue pulling away? Number 1 is pretty much the only thing they'll be happy for. We'll see if they can get it here as we land with the dropship right now.
Rain Day, TSM plot armor go crazy. That hot zone encompassing lava siphon. Not only do they have a ring console, but they also have a survey beacon allowing their seer to get the map room scan. The only thing I could imagine now is a zone that could potentially pull even further towards the benefit of TSM, and Tripods claiming countdown very nicely.
And there'll be no strangers to where this zone looks to be, and at least the beginning stages, somewhere possibly in Fragment. You never know exactly where it will pull quite yet, but these pros certainly have an idea very quickly. And yes, TSM will be able to rotate to Fragment East or Geyser pretty quickly, but I wouldn't be too excited yet. They've got to go through LG, who are picking up steam. If they make that right side rotation, they'll get some eyes. As you mentioned, if they get that survey beacon scan on exactly where everyone is, and they'll know how to make the best route given their situation. But a lot of congestion going to be happening in the middle of the map. I'm excited.
This is going to be everything that we needed it to be. You look towards landslide, you can already see Loba black markets allowing Lanimals to rotate more quickly. You think of the Tripod Sentinels, right? Tripods typically were landing Overlook, but with Sentinels in the lobby, Overlook is actually going to go the way of Sentinels, and this zone benefits them. We start looking towards Fragment East, and you have all of the open area on the southern side of this zone. You almost need to rotate and claim a building and no name sooner rather than later.
You know, and also, Tiff, just to notice on the bottom of your screen, Oxygen have already gotten a Skyward Dive. Notice you're going to see Skyward Dives happening kind of around now for most of the teams. They must have gotten an early one. Maybe they just found an ultimate accelerant. Maybe they also didn't end up doing it, but it pushes them ahead of Luminosity Gaming on the rotation. That is a very fast loot and a very fast rotation from Oxygen Esports. Those are the things that we don't talk about, players and even viewers don't often see, but sometimes make the difference in getting that spot that drops 3-4 kills into your lap as teams have to rotate past you, or being one of those teams that gets taken down because someone is already there in your way.
Love that we got to check in with Wildcard. Maybe not the best performance that they would like to have today, but they were looking to solidify their ticket to the Split 2 playoffs. Now, typically they land tree, and you can see in their legend composition, utilizing the Loba for quick rotates as well. But Tripods, they have been catching a lot of attention here today, finding themselves inside the top 6 and also in landslide with a team on their horizon.
It is a interesting squad, and Deeds, Gent, and Nick Merckx have been putting in the work and the effort. You cannot doubt that in any regards. With so much personality, their results this season haven't been what they've looked for, but today is a good day, as Ice Cube said. And number 6 so far, if they can keep that up, I'll be really happy with that, Tiff. And, you know, again, it's about the chance now to get into top 20, because in one lobby, in one set of 6 games, anything can truly happen. And I would feel like that's all these teams right now in our bottom 20 to 30 are hoping to get into.
A team that's looking to get into the top 10 coming into today's match day, just 5 points south of TSM, that has already made their way into the main building of No Name. Luminosity, they were able to pick up a couple KP from Dig, but it looks like they may have already gotten a reset. But LAN, native, Wildcard, taking the early space inside that next zone.
It's nice to see the differences in World's Edge. What are it? What is it? Well, 4 teams in a building, just like that, versus 4 teams in a pond. You tend to see the stark contrast no more easily displayed than what was just on your screen. Tripod's taking high ground on construction building. One of the best buildings for content in Apex Legends. You might have noticed it by seeing some of our movement gods highlighting their skills with the elevator and the zip lines here. But in pro play, it's a lot simpler. Just use it to gear up, get some high ground, get some vision, and move on. Maybe it shouldn't be that way, though, Tiff. Maybe they should be fighting on a elevator zip line, more often.
We did see that early on in EMEA today, but relatively safe rotation for the tripods as they continue to push towards Fragment, and we get a good look at the ring. Look what TSM has done. They have rotated all the way out of Lava Siphon, which is a relatively short one, but they're going to come in from the true south. Their back is cleared, and we'll have to focus on fighting forward. They're going to have teams like TD, DIG ahead of them, and then they'll have to claim that space for themselves. But being in the next zone, they will be able to stay there for quite some time. But E8 making their way down towards Harvester, so we could see some action.
And the only thing I'm not excited about for their position is that it's a little all in with the space that they have. That circle's going to pull in, and it is going to make sure that they either have to wrap left or they have to kind of hug this mountain right in front of them or run into dig. And that is not exactly what you want to be forced to do in zone 2 and zone 3. And the teams up top, you'll see XSET, they've got a lot of room to play. They've got a few zones that they're going to be able to run a lot more time before they are forced to fight someone. And will that be a difference here in the pace of the game? TSM got beat. Oxygen Esports, you can't really see them now, but when you see Tripods Gent, you see LTC, Dan Mantic in purple. They're right in the mix of that. So Oxygen Esports, that fast rotation, put them into the middle of where they think this zone is going to end. We'll find out soon.
As that zone begins to close, XSET taking their time coming out from Skyhook West and Trials. Rise looking to hit the map room scan over by Grandma's near XSET's rotations. You have to keep your eyes on that. That's what you need to prioritize. Some teams are only going to have the ability to get a map room scan, which they'll have to utilize the information based upon where all the teams are positioning themselves. But as you continue to rotate, you'll get that scan for about 25 seconds. But the further you pull away from it, it's going to only show you an old scan.
That's true. That's true. It can be a little misleading at times. And not only that, it shows you that someone has scanned in front of you. And what does that mean? Well, it means teams who are scanned, maybe a little bit more alert than they would have been had you just walked it in and gotten that information elsewhere, like from Seer's passive, which Reps has done. And interestingly enough, they're just going to hold here as long as they can. The benefit of where they are is there's no one to their back. So playing in front of you and playing with a Kraber is always a good sign. Getting a little bit of luck. The TSM plot armor, like you mentioned, Tiff, still going their way here, but they will have drop-in gaming in front of them.
Stomps is a rampart that's going to be in front of them. If Stomps breaks out as Sheila in 1v3's TSM, script writers are going to go crazy.
Yeah, Rider Strike for sure after that, if that happens.
I would strike.
Me too. It means this, I'd support it. The script would be faulty. I mean, what's the point of giving us this thing before the game and reading it all broadcast long? If it's not going to end up being what we see on screen. Thus are the problems of casters. Thus are the problems of people who get in the way of his Watson. As Cody goes down, Furia picks up a few more. And trying to play the edge of this tunnel just to secure it for themselves. But they spot there's still one more out there. Zerachuki was onto it.
This is what we witnessed when TSM was trying to take down Complexity, the wall bouncing, the tap strafing. Monsoon's just trying to live. He has nowhere to go. He's not a mountain goat. He can't get up that ledge, and Furia nets themselves another KP at the hands of Zera. And now they own this space. Utilizing the Rampart amped covers, they can just set up down here, but Rain Day TSM coming down from the heavens. Actually, one of my favorite calls.
And it is a great call, but it's also for them, what an interesting choice. They decide to take this huge route to Overlook, and wow, would you risk it all on that? Man, talk about being a pro and knowing exactly how You gotta hit that skyward dive. My goodness. Young Verholst, Big E, making a big rotation for his team to the very edge. And they will get around those teams that are in front of them. And this for TSM really is the key, because now they do not have to rush into teams. They will end up, unfortunately, though, through this, in the weirdest way, maybe face their biggest opponent yet, as Furia is the team closest to them in front. Last time we saw them, they were underneath the tunnels. If they are still there, this will be okay. If they have come back up, they will challenge TSM.
TSM does have a Kraber, and they have the inkling that someone is at the top. So now here goes the grav lift, and they are full sending.
Oh my, look at the confidence, the aggression, and they just kick him off there, and this is beautiful for Reps. He's got himself a Kraber, he's picking up the car as well, and they throw the exhibit out. They can't die here. This is all in for both teams potentially, because I think they caught Fury a little off guard. Though Reps is just holding. How long can they hold? They've got the info. This Hal say, this is the time we make our move. They've been counter exhibited as well. So Furia now has the intel too, and they'll have it a little bit later, I think, than TSM, which means it is a stalemate. But like all good stalemates, we know eventually they do come to an end. We'll see who's on the better end of this one.
Please tell me why I feel like I'm watching a Naruto versus Sasuke. Hal is Naruto, Sasuke is his Watson. Just the menace who just can find final form. They just need to hit one of these Kraber shots.
Got it!
There it goes, 112. Now they'll have the upper advantage, forcing them into zone. Now you can bide your time, reset. Now this is not necessarily the turning point of this fight, but what comes next is.
Yeah, and they're going to go into zone. This is really important. They got his Watson, but they cannot overcommit here. There are teams around, and so they've got to be worried of the third party. And it seems like TSM are confident that they can get this done in time. Is this the TSM that has taken this lobby back in command over one of the top teams here, one of their rivals in many times, Furia? It certainly looks like it is Reps searching for the last one. And it is actually Zeratricky who has made his way all the way out. It will be abandonment for Panders and his Watson, but at least Zeratricky will live to fight another day as of now.
Furia coming in from Group C will have another match day tomorrow, but Zera does need to do damage control and try to regain as much placement points as possible. I don't believe TSM is going to allow them to counter rotate and get the banners back, especially with high ground and a minute to spare. They should be able to just walk it in. My question to you, Rainday, is where is Meat Lovers? These two teams always run into each other. Their rotation plans are relatively the same, and Meat typically lands fragment.
Well, you know, I know we're taking a look at a fight here with tripods, but I will say that Meat Lovers, they are right near TSM, but let's keep this action up right now. We'll let you know if they start fighting. TSM still aiming for first, still a very good possibility for doing it. Tripods in a different situation, 6th place. It's been a good start for them. And with a wall here, trying to just buy some time for Nick Merckx and Gent to stabilize. Will it be enough? That's the question. Now Xset starting to get into the fun. Oh, as well as Zach, Design, and Chaotic Much. So tons of teams here on this ridge. Tripods may be in the worst spot of it. Xset may be in the best, as they could sweep around the right side with the wall and clean up several squads.
Challenging for E8, who looks to want to get involved in this fight, but with all of the open space and phase and all of Fragment kind of breathing down your necks, how do you close the gap in an open field and try to take on Xset, who already has their back cleared out to them? They just have to move forward and have 35 seconds to get into the zone. I love the Valkyl. This is imperative to the success and longevity in this map.
Rise has been good. They've really demonstrated that they know how to play in these lobbies when the going gets tough. Challenger circuit team that Dia had his eyes on quite a bit, who is very dominant now in the Pro League, sitting in nearly last place. I believe actually last place right now in terms of the overall standings, but having a great showing this afternoon. Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, only 19 squads remain here. It feels like we've had a lot of action. We are about to be into round 4. And if you've ever watched competitive Apex, if you have 19 squads in round 4, what that means is a lot of people are about to die.
You're not lying. And from Nick Merck's POV, I'm a little nervous for him. He just gave away his position. You know that's likely to be a full team in front of him. And if you're going to have a rat, you might as well have a seer, but you've been found out. The seer cancel's coming in. The Arc Star's going to connect. And now everyone wants a piece of Nick Merck's.
Yeah. In a little bit of a sticky situation. Nick Merck's probably not going to make it out of that one. Sniped down, though, and Frex on phase, holding this low ground here. Meanwhile, rotations aplenty. The zone has moved towards the middle. And as teams look to collapse, we still have 19 squads alive. But a minute will change that. Trust me. Not having much time to get phony, though. I think that would put FaZe out of the position that they want to. Still a team above them. And that fight we were seeing between E8 still going on just a little bit to the south of where FaZe is currently holding. And so this will set up some fireworks. Oxygen with the early rotation. It doesn't quite pay off for them now as Rise, who we had just mentioned, fighting for some building space in there and doing a good job of it.
Rainday, we're not going to talk about Phony's portal into the Watson fences, right? We're just going to focus on the forward. Oxygen Esports is taken out. Reps finds another knock with the Kraber, and Team Diverge trying to utilize the remnants of the amped cover while setting up for success. 8 points on the day, 17th overall, and you've just got to make it. Now that E8 has pushed up onto FaZe, Team Diverge is going to have to focus, but that's a Kraber.
That's a Kraber, and that's probably Reps looking at him, seeing if there's a chance. And there might be another Kraber in the mix. I talked about the skirmisher passive as Furia gets eliminated in 17th position. I'm not the biggest fan right now. I think it could use a buff. That's the only reason. I think it's fun. I think in terms of competitive, it does lack a little bit. But let me tell you, when you get the Kraber in your hands, by any means necessary, it does have that kind of impact that might even be better than all of the information from the classes. So Reps putting it to good use. Exhibits all around, like a visit to the Louvre. You gotta say, this is turning into a little bit of chaos.
You say that, I see Epcot, the thing that just is the bulb at the thing, but Rise falls immensely. Sentinels just on the outskirts of all of the exhibit, trying to play the rock and stay alive. I don't think it's going to be enough, but Arcan able to get a shield bat off. Zenal probably gonna find a shield swap, or at least able to charge it up. You have to avoid the mid-game bloodbaths, because some of these fights that break out will take out all the way to 7th place.
XSET still alive. We haven't seen them in a minute. They're holding a building. TSM as well, still alive, although on the other side of the chaos, it's been beneficial. A lot of smart teams realize that they know how to take a good fight, but they also know not to take a bad fight. And these fights have not been good for most of the lobby. In just that last minute, we've seen 6 teams, excuse me, drop. A 7th maybe as iSleepy Panda goes down to Designful on E8. Will there be more? Enters. Oh, he's patient. Wants to make a move up, though. He knows someone's there, and they're waiting for him. Is it enough? Icy has to fall back down. Flintzar trying to hold off with the Arc Star, but E8 realized they are in the power position. I don't think they're going to let it go. Design with the wingman. It's been a good one for him over the course of his career. It continues to be good, but he's just got to make sure that no one else comes to play.
Biding so much time for Chaotic to be able to reset and get a little stabilization. They've lost out on IGL Zach. That's okay, but now they're playing as a duo, which they need to have a standout performance here because their Storm Point was not really all that impressive. They were struggling with the of their legend composition. They elected to not take the contest against TSM and instead focused on their own game plan. And now that we've moved to World's Edge, it's starting to pay forward. Speaking of another team that also needs to find success, Wildcard, just in the midst of where E8 is rotating.
E8 doing a good job of staying heavily contesting in this chaos and on the high ground too. These are pretty good spots and tenants of a BR. Still TSM alive, still XSET alive, still Lanimal still alive as well. But E8 with 2, maybe a bit more of an uphill battle though. Gonna be hard to contest them from here.
Luminosity Juarez popping off in the elim feed. LTC going to fall, but as you see, all of the teams are on the outskirts of where this zone. You cannot play those bins, not anytime soon. TSM on the outskirts, pushing into native right now. This is that fight that will be pivotal for them to continue on the longevity of this game. E8 though, they're on a rooftop, which is going to allow them a vantage point on to TSM.
Our number one team in the lobby right now, and they need it almost more than anyone to try to qualify for this regional finals, then to maybe try to qualify for playoffs. Our winners of last land, 50 points now. They increase it as a team goes down. Top 7, indeed. Reps knows exactly where they are. It's just a matter of what to do with it. He's still got a Kraber on the other side, which means he's at least got a couple of shots. I don't think he's saving it for just one shot. But he's got the car in his hand, ready to go. Oh, it is one shot.
Oh,
See how if he can make that count, Tiff. Could be the difference maker.
One in the chamber. This is going to go Diffy.
Animals 2 on the southern side. Sentinels have been really consistent in finding buildings, Tiff, and I've loved that about their game. Xset 2. You can see Nocturnal is definitely alive. I don't know how many other members they have, but he's been good playing in position. And Lanimals as well, alongside E8. So here's how it stands at the very end of it. Reptar and Shubi almost going down. Wildcard trying to get some points on the board after a tough game number 3. They're going to go out right now. It's TSM, Xset, Lanimals, and Native trying to make something happen with E8 Chaotic Much still alive and trying to hide as desperately as he can.
Yeah, but it's Lanimals who rotated to the bins early, and this is playable because they have Rampart. Imagine Alb gets the Sheila in 6%, and it's all downhill for every team that's going to be in front of them. They came into this match day in 14th place, a team on the bubble of the top 10, needing a strong performance, but TSM is forced to fight forward, knock a solo underneath the building, just trying to play for placement points, but Chaotic on the roof surviving.
Wow, wow, wow. And it's just a matter of who gets a little luckier here. Who makes a move? Hal, you know he likes to take things and make it happen instead of waiting for it to happen. He goes up on the gravity lift, buys some time, but the zone is pushing him in. It's looking tough. Hal goes down. It's up to Reps and Verholst, and now Native Gaming coming out. Does that buy them a little time? It certainly helps with the Sheila going up top, and that is going to be Verholst down. It's also going to be Native taking out TSM. E8 goes down just afterwards in a 4th place position. It's Xset gone, and Native Gaming trying to take it against, I believe, Lanimals with the Rampart. Can they do it, Native? One falls. Profit. Will he get it? Yes, he does. Native Gaming with the W here on our first game in World's Edge.
How did Native survive the chaos of the building? Chaotic on the roof. I have to attribute it solely to the fact of the Sheila that Bullet was able to unleash towards that endgame Dia. And as a fellow Rampart enjoyer, which I know you are, you have to be feeling some type of way.
Yeah, really enjoyed the way that end game played out. You see me, Rainde. You know how good I'm feeling when I see Rampart. And yes, exactly as you illustrate, Tiff. The Rampart's actually really determining the larger part of that end game. It wasn't just for Native, but Lanimals making 2nd place did so almost entirely because of the mobile cover they had as well.
Yeah, I mean, inside a building, outside in these little tricky situations with the several bins. I mean, Rampart is proving that with enough situations, she can still provide value. Under the tunnel, we saw Furia use it. Again, it didn't work out into getting them into a top 5, but still, we've seen Rampart truly prove her worth. A character that has definitely been solid in terms of play. I think win rates, although we don't get those communicated yet, when a character doesn't receive a ton of buffs over and over again, it usually means that they're pretty balanced overall, but definitely an underplayed character, a character that's been one of our lower pick rates in terms of ALGS, in terms of casual games as well, now getting her spotlight. And as a Rampart enjoyer, I love the wink and the wink and the point after that. You got to do it every time you say it. I think that this is really showcasing what North America is excited to do. And if we start to see it perform well with Lanimals as well, Albert Lele, really known, Tiff, for pioneering these things, kind of the way that we see in Alliance sometimes, that we've seen in Furia at times, that we've seen with Aurora at times, picking up legends that people aren't using and showing the world why they're good.
I would love to say that Alb coined the Rampart here, but you have to think back to Amiya and Yuki utilizing it on Alliance. They have like 4 legend compositions that they are ready to break out when it comes to Split 2 playoffs. But Alb was the early adapter for North America, bringing Rampart over. And you think of the clips on the timeline that we've seen, Alb just completely annihilating with the Sheila. And it has just kept going on from there. And we keep seeing more Ramparts and scrims. Zera starts playing Rampart. Dia, we witnessed it last match day with Xset at the top of Northpad. And it was the most disgusting thing I've ever witnessed. And never again would I ever want to be on the other side of that.
No, not at all. And I think that one of the crucial things that we're seeing come at the same time as we're seeing Rampart enter the meta is NA teams really understanding Apex Legends at an even higher level than we have at any point in Apex Legends history. Because one of the really important things about Rampart is that nothing that she does is instant. Everything takes time, and she's one of the few legends that actually has that built into part of her kit, which means that teams have to be comfortable enough when running a Rampart to know that you have a few extra seconds and to be able to create that time. And manipulating variables like that, that's what's making this split so exciting. It isn't just the Rampart, it's what Rampart means about the way that teams approach the game.
Great nuanced point there as we take a look at our highlights for Game 4. I asked the question, Tiff, what do you expect in World's Edge? Maybe a little bit more of the same. We got what we got here, which was definitely more of the same. A great competition here in North America. DSM doesn't come on top this time around, but we certainly see that they're still in form and that every team here is giving it a good chance.
Alb, him on MNK with the nastiest snipes, reps having some of their own as well. It's a shame that TSM wasn't able to emerge victorious out of the chaos, but it really allowed some of the teams that have a better grasp on some of the legends that have found success here, like Dia was talking about the Rampart. Native needed that, right? They came off 3 lackluster games in Stormpoint to find some success here in World's Edge, and they had the odds stacked against them with Lanimals gatekeeping them in the final zone. But E8, this started to be one of the most chaotic moments for them, but a Designful and a Wingman, name a better duo.
Interesting enough to see E8 kind of have a couple of moments. Designful back to the G2 days, rocking the Wingman, and with Gentrifying and the boys. But I do think that they found a nice little rhythm there. I can't wait to see that team continue to get better, find their form together. This is where it got tough. Lanimals just had a great spot, and you thought that they might win, but out comes Native Gaming and Bullet with this Rampart, and everyone melts in his way. I mean, talk about eliminating a team. Lanimals not necessarily going for second, but just going for the squad that's getting aggressive on them, and Native Gaming take full advantage of that one, Tiff. They round it out. They've got a Nemesis fully maxed out with a hip fire, and that's all she wrote.
Prophet doing so much work there as it looked as if Klain went down towards the ring and Prophet just had to clutch up. But Dia, let's talk about that early rotation, in particular from Lanimals, moving outside of the main building in No Name, trying to claim the space around the bins. You talked about the amped covers and trying to buy time. It takes about 3.6 seconds to get that amped up cover to fully health up to speed, right? You get 400 initially, and you have 175 once the hexagon portion of the fence arises, but it's tough. How do you buy time in an end game situation like that?
You know, it's funny because a lot of the ways that Lanimals specifically did it in that game was using other teams and where they were focusing, manipulating attention by knowing how to use these specific instances of damage. Lanimals get a crack, they know you're batting, that's time to set up a wall. They see a smoke, they see a knock, and they know that focus is elsewhere, and they put up a wall. It's really important to weave things in these small amounts of time that they have, and that's to say nothing of what everyone else on Lanimals is doing as these walls are going down and are continuing to buy more time. It's a snowball effect that happens.
Well, we're just going to take a look at that fantastic end game from one of our teams that is on the rise, Native Gaming, finishing that one up. And I'll tell you what I love about this. It's not just the Rampart. It's the Rampart Loba Wraith. What a squad. And not only that, having the ability to pick up the nades, pick up the ordinances. You saw a few Arc Stars and Thermites hit across the way. And that's because Native has access to all of that. And that's why I love Loba. But, you know, when it comes to it, Tiff, being able to play the Wraith 2, have the portal access to drop players in that with almost a reverse kidnap into the zone, it can sometimes mean a difference. And you can tell they had way more tools in that final fight than most other teams, and it proved really well for them. Native Gaming on top here, 21 points. Lanimals right behind them, and Xset in our top 3 as Tiff. These are the teams who were able to get it done here in our first game on World's Edge.
They needed that, right? They came in with rather, like I said earlier, a rather lackluster performance in Stormpoint. They needed to have consistency here and recognizing where that ring is going to pull. And they were coexisting with a good chunk of other teams. Nocturnal was a solo. You had a member of E8 on the roof. And then the next thing you know, piece by piece, the fight started to go in the way of Native, and it panned off so well for them. 21 points, 9 eliminations, but Lanimals, very impressive as well. But Xset, Nocturnal was able to rat to a 3rd place.
Well, let's take a look at the backside of this as well. And Team Enters, we saw them fighting on the rock. It was actually chaotic much. And Designful, who would drop down, hit a few wingman shots, didn't stop Enters from getting 6 kills. A good game for them. Rise, rising to the occasion. That one is too easy, so we probably should avoid it too many more times. But I'll tell you what, they have really played well. And for the last team in the Pro League, the very last in terms of points, partially because they're Group C and they have 2 more days to play, but also the fact is we're now getting to see them performing in a pretty tough lobby. 7 kills. They're aggressive. They're staying that way. Furia yet to keep it going over the last few. And they're slowly but surely, after their game 1 win, falling by the wayside. That would be only 5 points, I believe, Dia, in the last 3 games. So definitely a problem for them. No problems, though, for TSM.
No, not at all. They have a healthy gap between them and even Lanimals, who were in the final zone and, of course, managed to find what was almost a victory. Oxygen coming up on 3rd is going to surprise a lot of people as well. One of our quieter teams, but absolutely have what it takes to walk away with, if not the win, at least the 2nd place today. But so much hinges on these last 2 games. We saw Complexity after their top 3 finish in Game 3. Pull out another 0-point game this time around, continuing to lower themselves in the standings, and quite unfortunately for them, as they are a team that had a hot streak towards the start of the split. So last 2 games left. Last time I called them out on getting 0 points, they almost won a game. So let's see if it happens again.
The reverse caster curse. What do we call that? The caster, I don't know, boon? The caster
buff.
Yeah, buff? I like that. This has been fun, and we've got 2 more games to go. I'm going to take a little break here as we head to break. But when we come back, Dia, Tiff, you guys are going to take over Game 5 and 6 and help us finish this out to see if TSM can do what they have planned and win this game, this last day before the regional finals, giving themselves a chance to make it in. We'll find out after this. WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series for the North American region. Thank you so much for spending your time with us here to get all of the action, to see what's going to happen, all the storylines that are waiting to unfold. Spider Tiff here, Dia alongside me. Things are about to get wild.
They certainly are. I have loved the games that we've had today, and now I get to jump into my first on World's Edge. I watched you and Rain Day do it, and I want to see this craziness for myself, because endgames on World's Edge, they're a special flavor of Apex, one that is practiced, honed over so many years, and that's what I really like to see, these calculated plays that we got a taste of in our last game, with Native finding their first win of the day, and a very well-deserved one. As we drop in once more, we got a ring that's pulling again, relatively central. Importantly, positions like Overlook and Epicenter have started off with ring consoles, giving Complexity and Sentinels the first leap forward at this next ring.
So talk to me through this, Dia, because this is almost a spitting image of the World's Edge initial zone that we had witnessed. However, it is encompassing a little bit more of Lava Siphon, which granted does have a ring console. I don't know if I can see a survey beacon, but look towards Wildcard at the tree. They benefit from not only a ring console, but they have the survey beacon and an early rotation. But this time, this is all in Complexity's favor. Dare I say, a Dia buff?
Oh my god. If they win top 3 again, I'm losing. I think Complexity has to hire me at that point, because that's just how important it's been for them so far, but we'll see. I'm holding my horses, especially because they have to contend with Furia. An Epicenter survey camp as a drop isn't the most powerful one. It's not one that you go for shields. It does tend to leave you a little bit weak, and I want to see what the composition of Complexity looks like in this game, because they're so often not set up for these heavy bunker style plays, as opposed to, say, a team like Wildcard, who, as you mentioned, dropped with 2 very nice scans right off the rip, and have already started rotating, knowing that they can make use of the Loba that they choose to run on World's Edge in order to make up for that lesser time spent looting.
Locked on with Lanimals as they begin their rotation towards Fragment. You can see they have the next zone information. Alb with a gold shield thanks to Loba, but coming in second place overall into the final 2 maps of the day. We were talking about teams that were on the bubble, with Lanimals being one of those teams. Prior to the start of today, 47 points in 14th place, 4 points behind where TSM was, and approximately, the math is hard, 14 points behind Furia in 10th. Dia, dude, I've got to get better at doing math on the fly, because it's scary.
It really is, and I do it way too often for my own good. I know I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble for it one day, and the worst part is when you get it wrong and you're just like, I'm gonna smile through that. I know that I did this math wrong. I was off by 1, you know, like an elementary school child, and I'm still gonna keep my face together, keep the complexion going. Wildcard certainly continuing to do that, as they've chosen to take out the Rampart today alongside the Loba that we talked about earlier, and now rip the Valcult early as well with white shields on Shubi. It was risky, but it should net them a pretty nice position in the ring.
You know, we had such a good conversation with Madness yesterday in preparation for what we were going to experience here today. And speaking with Madness, who has gone through levels of development and how excited he is working with this team, it's a shame that the first couple maps of the day haven't gone their way. But this is where you can turn it around, and you've got to take that space early.
You know what surprised me about that conversation, Tiff, was that so often we get into these conversations with pros. Let's see what Wildcard can do here. Get inside, nice. No crafter though. Reptar is down for the count. We'll see what happens here. Shubi's actually stuck around, maybe trying to get a res, maybe unable to join Madness. But looks like they're going to stay alive for now. That is a very surprising turn of events. Reptar gonna get full thirsted. I don't
What is happening?
I
Dropping
cannot
gaming, Crook.
pretend. You can't analyze that. That's just that's just KP.
Yeah, you can't make me laugh like that. If you ever call out again, you can't analyze that. I'm going to be deceased. But Native Gaming picking up 2 KP thus far today. The easiest seer exhibit I've witnessed being destroyed, but I think it was a trap card because it left Klain exposed.
It really did. Now downed and likely fully thirsted. Not sure where this squad is firing from, but it seems like the rest of Native have been able to punch him inside. FaZe recovering up on the high ground as they were the ones that picked up the initial knock. I'm going to hesitantly continue what I was talking about with Wildcard here, saying that what surprised me about Wildcard, not just the fact that they lost Reptar on the way in, was that so much of our conversation with Madness actually focused around the emotional well-being of this squad. It wasn't their tactics, it wasn't what they're running. We asked about the Loba, they had a perfectly good answer about Tree and such, but the real focus here for Madness, for Reptar, even for Shubi was team synergy and was putting their own egos aside to really work with each other and become the best team possible. They're not focused on these small strats about what to rotate where, what second to Valcult. They're focused on gelling with each other and becoming the best group of 3 possible. And it hasn't shown in the results today how powerful this squad truly is, but with Madness starting to craft up these banners, we're at least going to get the chance to see how compositionally they're working well together, and now get another shot to see this trio of fire in the end game.
This is the team synergy we needed in Madness. We talked about Loba, you mentioned it. This is why a support character can be so critical to your legend composition. We've seen it with Kashera, which is on a recon character with Crypto, his ability to recover banners utilizing the drone. But a support legend allows you to craft and extend outside of the ring. But look who wants to defend their home. It's going to be Complexity. They land Survey and Epicenter, and they know on this rock they will have a line of sight and some easy KP for pickings if they can capitalize.
Complexity will have called out now that it is 2 that just dropped in off the respawn, and this is the other side of the blade when it comes to controlling space. Complexity hold a lot of it. As a result, they can't push too far. It's just Cody over here by Survey Camp. The rest of them holding up over by Macaroni Building near Climatizer means that the better play is to stick together instead of going for these 2 nearly guaranteed points.
Biding their time, crafting up, wanting to make sure they go into the next circle, at least with blue shields, and utilizing the amped covers for safety, because one of the things to note about World's Edge is when we started to see changes is the replicators were moved out into the worst possible positions, leaving you at a disadvantage when trying to utilize them. But no one wants to give up God Spot and push outside of ring. Complexity knows that if they just wait for the rotation, they should be able to pick these up.
You have to imagine so, and with the way that this ring is continuing to pull, Complexity will have an even better time as the day goes on. There aren't a whole lot of buildings in this zone, so Wildcard aren't going to be able to use the safest part of Loba, which is sitting behind certain cover and using the black market to its full effect, especially in a late game. Instead, they're going to have to play around the small bits of cover that Epicenter provide, much like Oxygen are currently, albeit they've got a little bit of Rampart to help them out in that particular department. This still is not a great spot to play.
Drop-in Gaming eliminated at the hands of Nick Mercs now that they run the underside of Epicenter. Gent utilizing the Dark Veil to cause a little havoc and protect themselves from the high ground so they can regain and focus on a reset.
I gotta appreciate the fact that Tripods are willing to use a cooldown like the Dark Veil early on as well, knowing that they're likely not going to get into a fight that requires it during the next couple minutes. You get to use it for these more casual uses, like just buying yourself a little bit of space, relieving a headache temporarily. They use the Dark Veil for now as they would a Tylenol, just throwing it out there, making sure that they feel safe during this middle section of the game. Oxygen on top in the previous position of Madness before he went on to res the team, and with a decent position now that they've started to set up Rampart cover here, a much more comfortable spot. We'll see what they can do, as it is still relatively minimal cover, and unlike something like the Watson, Rampart doesn't have anything that helps her set up cover faster.
This is interesting from Oxygen. I haven't seen Hill play Rampart, typically Crypto or Watson, and I was looking at the shield economy that Senox has, and I didn't even see a bat. Enemy, 1 shield cell to their name. They don't have a generator when they typically do play a Watson, so they're not going to have the ability to regen the shields.
At least CRQ doesn't do damage anymore. That's what Oxygen are thinking to themselves, because otherwise they would be in a world of hurt up top with very few meds to actually use effectively. Speaking of worlds of hurt, Sentinels actually certainly in one when it comes to the shields. They are one of those squads that does tend to favor things like Crypto, so evos up to blue are always possible with just a 3-man Crypto ult to push you there, but it takes time, and that's something that Sentinels will be running out of, as round 2 has just finished closing, and we're looking at the next one that starts to pull ever further away from Sentinels and towards the western side of Epicenter.
Rather interesting. I know we've been talking a lot about TSM, our former Split 1 playoffs winners, trying to find their way back to London, but Lanimals have found themselves in the same position, just a few points shy and now second overall on the day. We need to see more of them. They have 2 maps to try and cover the point disparity that TSM has put on them, but now with 40 points, they have to be getting closer.
Lanimals should know that there's another squad right behind them trying to make their way in.
Ooh.
The first Valkylt going to be Furia, who appear to be landing without too many problems. Broken shield is rough, but the knock onto Keon is what really does now Sentinels in. Unfortunate and I dare say unrecoverable right now as another shield break comes in on RKN, and Lanimals, do they step forward or do they farm from here?
That is the question, but with a charge rifle, you can farm from afar, and it only takes about 3 different connects to do significant damage, especially to that purple, and you're essentially bullying them. But they were able to get the res off onto Keon and continue their rotation through Climatizer, but making all of that noise. You can see the bullets that are firing towards Lou as he extends out into the open just a little bit to see if they can find more damage onto Sentinels. And as a CRQ comes in to check Algs' health, we have to beg the question of who is rotating onto them.
The dramatic tension of the free cam. They don't even show us, but Lanimals very close to their next engagement, and Sentinels, it seems, able to disengage, looking for that next Valkyl to take them closer into zone. Xset denying rotations. 2 teams that are trying to move by them for free, but do get dropped down just for a second and have to stop, think about their next move behind this rock, as there isn't a lot of cover during the course of their next move. Nocturnal is going to be the one that takes this first step on Bangalore, is able to cover the team and actually lay down some important cover fire on the low ground, but Sykes still goes down.
Fun and Nocturnal are going to have to work overtime to regain and knock 19-second cooldown on the smoke, so he's not going to have that available to them. But with the smoke still apparent, they are going to try to stick the res, but it's TSM that has fully sent upon Lou. This is dangerous, and Verholz with his back in the ring, he's not rotating in fast enough, and Hal is going to have to take to the high ground, but that ring is ticking away at their health.
Animals are so healthy on the other side of that. It's like TSM barely tickle them. I think a total of 40 damage was dealt to Lanimals during that entire engagement, and it's all amped cover that protects them from such. We talked about this earlier. It was 2 games ago that we said Rampart allows you to just give other teams rope, watch them run into you on this bridge. Lanimals do exactly that, because while TSM fire a hail of bullets at them, 3 hit.
Lanimals are doing what they need to do. We were talking about the point differentials that they needed to overcome, and now with TSM, the only team that sits above them on the leaderboard today, they are looking to make an act for that. But jumping back over to Xset, who has made a full regain, covered by the smokes, a digi-threat on the R9, allowing Nocturnal to wreak havoc on his opponents. It's gonna be Sykes that takes the full brunt of the creeping barrage, but Noct does have a smoke this time and is going to go full send once again on the Sykes reset.
Goes for the stick, but Fun drops in the meantime. This mobile res may be getting some serious use pretty soon because Koifel seems intent on finishing off this knocked Seer. Xset have very little time with which to work, sitting behind cover for now. They have to think about their next rotation as well as picking up this res, as well as spending off even Native, who could still crest the hill and look for a kill on them. In fact, they're not even gonna have time for the res, maybe not even the banner recovery, because Xset have got to go now. In comes the Valcolt from Sykes, and they leave Fun's banner behind, looking for the next ring.
Justice for Fun, getting left behind. Sometimes when you lose out on a Seer, you're just thanking the heavens that you have your Valk to be able to make those rotations end game. And while Xset has really nothing to worry about when it comes to thinking about Split 2 playoffs, you still want to show out and perform to the best of your abilities and keep learning. Now Nocturnal and Sykes on the low ground of Epicenter have the attention of the entire lobby.
We always knew this was going to happen as well. The late Valcolt as a duo into the path of Lanimals. It just doesn't leave you any options. Xset go down. Lanimals continue to benefit. And from this high ground, they actually have one of the better positions to work with. Even further because they have Loba.
Well, let's see what that Loba and Lanimals are all about. I want to jump into a quick listen in and see how they approach this.
Okay, well, I put a low bolt down here if you want to.
They're starting to hold back more.
Careful of
Yeah,
Pike,
I don't
careful
think
of
they're
Pike,
gonna do
Lucian,
it. I'm watching
look
on
at
left
Pike.
drop.
Yeah, I know, I see. To play here, like we have to fucking do something about this.
Can we get that rock?
Their building. They have a
Or
god
is that
spawn.
crazy? Do you
Where do
want
we
to get
play
that rock?
next? Where do we play next, guys? Do we need to just clear all
I
over
think we have
them?
to clear left. We have to clear left.
All right,
Okay, there's a team here already fighting this. Yeah, I think we just walk in slow and clear left.
Listen,
I'm
there's a
looting
team on
low bolt.
ultimate
I'm
right
checking low
here.
bolt.
Wait, why can't on the building and try and we can't. They have bang. Look left, guys. Look for KP left. Naughty,
coming
stitch
back
me,
up
stitch
right
me,
here.
Naughty, stitch me, stitch me.
Got it, got
There's
it.
a bang on this rock right here, and then a Valk on the roof right here. Okay. You need to
Okay.
just stare at both of them. Make sure they don't do anything. The bang keeps
Okay.
peeking this.
And
I'm
if
gonna
they
look
do
for KP.
something-
Okay.
If they do something, what do I do? Slide down to you
Scream.
or hold it?
Fucking scream.
No, I'm watching the left drop. Okay, I don't know what this comp is under us. It could be Horizon. Be careful. They're at least Catalyst.
I didn't know they were right there. They're coming to us. Naughty, look at us. Naughty, look at us.
I queued out. I queued out.
Hey, you guys play duo. Play duo. Watch your behind.
Naughty, hold this. Hold
Try to
this,
push you
Naughty,
guys.
hold
Yeah,
this.
keep holding it. Hold it.
I'm
until
batting,
you're
I'm batting,
you
I'm
guys
batting.
They have no Q. They're trying to peek you.
We had to peek into them.
Okay, I have passive balls right now. All right, I'm walking up.
One dead.
Nice,
Nice.
nice, dead.
Remember, walk in and clear your left. Start walking in,
Close
clear your
up,
left.
Naughty. One shot.
Dead, dead.
Nice, walk in, clear your left. Be
Don't
careful
low,
about
Naughty.
it,
Stay
team.
low.
Clear all of low ground, get as much KP as you can.
Look here, Naughty. 1 HP directly under Horizon. I'm popping a cell.
Naughty, you might have to play solo here. I mean, Al, you might have to queue out and play solo.
I'm queuing up, Naughty. I'll cover your cross.
Catalyst one. No, Catalyst one. Run, Mac.
Nice. Stay alive, Al. Don't get shot in your back.
You're doing great. Pop a cell, baby.
They're gonna start walking up on you, Al.
No, they won't.
Alb is the last man standing for Lanimals. That was the most passionate comms I have ever listened to, Dia. I feel like I'm witnessing war.
And it may have been chaotic, but it's gotten Lanimals all the way to a top 4, clearing their backs, clearing left. You heard me when we were backstage, but as soon as they said clear left, I went, Tiff, everyone is left. And so it was that most of the lobby came to die. Aberlately perhaps joining them as from below, Furia need to find time to strike. And I don't think they know that Lanimals are a solo, but once they find out, Alb is in for a world of hurt.
If Alb can show presence and peacock enough to pretend that he's not a solo, it could work in his favor. He just has to prevent Complexity from fully pushing them, and unfortunately, that is what happens. Luda able to eliminate Alb, but not before they cleared as much of left as they humanly possibly could have.
And look at the wall crawl from Furia. They are not taking any risks, laying down a little bit of rampart cover, pushing forward. Just a touch more after that, and Native on the other side of this is going to have to clash with them. Complexity just needs to manage both of these squads from the high ground, lay down enough cover fire with the height advantage that they have, and it should be an easy first place.
Dia, Complexity's top 3. I just want to let you know, we were talking about at the beginning. You mentioned it. It happened. And Native, your map 4 winners are looking to run it back. But this time, Furia is in the mix. They took down Complexity early on in map number 4. So can Complexity get the revenge as they have the ultimate high ground and all the time in the world? You see your exhibit goes down. They fully send on to Native. There's a Sheila in the horizon. Native able to grab a trade onto Cody, but Furia should be at the hands to win this.
Complexity start playing for second. Furia know that this is their game to win now, and they do exactly that. Native go out in second, but the play from the high ground, an understandable one when the ring is starting to crowd you out of the very few positions that you still hold, leaves Furia large and in charge with their second win of the day. And like you said, Complexity top 3, so I guess I talk about Complexity now.
I guess they're going to be calling you to ask for you to mention them prior to every game. Dia, can you please talk about Complexity, because it instantly earns us a top 3. And the moment I say, hey, Complexity's in top 3, what do? They full send Native.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And it was rough because in an endgame scenario like that, a lot of times we'll get rings that do favor height a little bit more. So Complexity on paper, their position did look really good, but with the minutia of how ring pulls in that specific situation, once they get a crack onto Native, it does make absolute sense to try and send them for the KP. The problem being in the misexecution, where they don't clean up all those kills and instead go down in third, picking up just the 1 KP as an addition. Definitely not the finished Complexity we're looking for, but Furia and Native going to be very happy with that.
Complexity was one of the 2 teams inside there, or one of the 3 teams that did not have a rampart. You're looking down at Native. They have the rampart. They have the amped covers. Furia has Zera on the rampart with the amped cover crawl. You remember back in the day when it was barrel crawling with the caustic gas traps? Now it's amped cover crawling to take your space and bide your time, because Furia didn't have to go any further than they needed. Once Complexity ended on Native, that was their win.
And that was something that even killed the likes of Lanimals, because you see these walls start to crop up, and Aberlately knows that he's running out of options, has to position suboptimally with the rampart because there's just no place that's left to play safely anymore. And really good recognition from every squad in that end game. I'm going to include Lanimals in that, whipping out the 4th place finish to recognize their own win conditions when they're strongest and what their best play is. We heard it in the comms of Lanimals, but these win cons are constantly shifting. What your best play is evolves throughout the course of the misfortunes that befall you and what on earth you're seeing other teams do.
While we look at some of those highlights, I think that's a really impressive call, because you heard it in that listening. And now, while Lanimals have some of the most passionate comms that I have ever witnessed in my entire life, you talk about the adaptability. Naughty, trade me, watch our back, they don't know it's Complexity, we do. Watch Complexity and make sure that these legends are not peeking us. And then he's like, what do we do if they do peek? Scream.
Call for help and hope. Kind of like the TSM situation that we saw over by Barometer, where Verhulst has all of Complexity landing on him. Sometimes it's just a call for help and that little bit of time that it takes. But the power of Rampart truly still evident as The NA Pro League continues to discover what this legend brings to the table, experimenting with others like the Horizon, like even the Caustic that we got to see for a second in this clip that ultimately didn't do LTC a whole lot of good, but still a worthwhile attempt.
It's very impressive. They immediately take high ground over here at Epicenter, but they fight left. And you said it, Dia, the entirety of the lobby for the most part was left. Luminosity, Oxygen, it was a handful. And as Yanya and Yazul are last standing for Luminosity, they put up a clear fight against Lanimals and doing enough damage to prevent them from going to endgame as a full 3-stack.
Ultimately just Albrelli still able to finish off some of the squads on low ground, notably Tripods did leave us there, but this approach at the very end was where things got really hairy, and Complexity jumping on down, don't quite get all the damage they wanted to, and actually the Wraith into the Void is what saves Native up to second place. A single use of the tactical is a difference of 3 points for Native.
Wow, very impressive. As we look at Albrelli's stats here from match number 5, 2,100 damage dealt, 3 eliminations, 2 assists, and getting that maximum survival time at least to the 4th place, Dia.
And this is all on Loba, a legend that we didn't really see outside of W. And that was last split when W were playing Loba, when it was importantly Phony that was actually the one innovating with this legend, dropping out of Landslide and trying to rotate as early as possible. A lot of teams have picked it up since then, as Loba provides not just the passive that any support legend does, but really quick looting and incredibly mobile as support legends come.
Yeah, you think back to when we saw Wildcard trying to save themselves in Epicenter. It was that bracelet, the Loba Q, that saved Madness and enabled him to be able to get out of dodge, craft up his teammates. Unfortunately, met his demise a little bit early after that rotation. But this final circle, Dia, we talked about it. Complexity has to pull off the high ground. They've already got the Seer TAC information, and a Rolling Thunder encompasses the entirety of the circle, which is likely from Cody's. How they full send, they got the crack, and you're right, they did. They had 2 cracks.
And a big part of this was presence from Fury as well. Watching the end circle one more time, one of the things that you'll notice is Watson takes the wide swing out to Furia's right, towards the south of the map, denying high ground on Furia's side to Complexity. One of the only other viable spots that they could have played to try and stall things out a little bit further. Watson's presence of mind puts Furia in the driver's seat towards this end game, forces Complexity to make a move, and that move is the one that ultimately kills them.
Wow, as we look at match 5 results, 7 eliminations for Furia, 19 total points, another dominating performance from Native Gaming, 15 points, but it's Lanimals and their ability to eliminate half of the lobby alongside Oxygen Esports. And I say half, but you have to think they were talking about going left, which at that point in time, 9 is half of what was left.
It was everyone. Like, Complexity were right. Everyone was left, and Lanimals shows left. It reminded me a lot of the movie Labyrinth featuring David Bowie. There's a scene with a bunch of talking hands, and they ask, you don't remember this? You didn't watch the movie? Anyway, doesn't matter.
Going.
You'll watch the movie. I invite you all to watch the movie because I'm not going to digress. You'll understand the moment that I'm talking about. Lanimals managed to choose the hardest possible option, still coming out on top of 90% of the lobby and leaving teams like FaZe, Xset, Rise, Meat Lovers in the dust. TSM with an 18th finish, no points in this game. I can't wait to see how this impacts the overall standings, because it's going to make Game 6 a hell of a game to watch.
Well, now we look at it, the shakeup at the top. 52 points for Lanimals, taking the point differential just by 1, but enough to secure a potential match day win. I remember back to when we were witnessing some of Lanimals' first map victories and just the dynamics around that. We have evolved to seeing them at the top of a match day leaderboard, 1 game away from winning this.
Their experimentation has really benefited them as well, because in an ever-shifting meta, Lanimals are one of those teams that feel most comfortable changing up their legend pool drastically, from Rampart to Gibraltar to Loba. It wouldn't surprise me to see a Wraith enter their composition as well. That's the level that we're seeing Lanimals play with. Their comms are chaotic. They're very scary. They'll choose to take on most of the lobby, but by God, Lanimals know how to perform on most of the legend roster.
Hey, maybe Lou will break out that Wraith sooner rather than later, but we're going to cut to a quick break, and when we come back, the final match of the day.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series. We are featuring North America this evening. I'm SpiderTiff, that's Dia. We've had so many storylines and a lot of fans in chat rooting for their team, and most in particular, Fury has had 2 wins on the day, Dia.
It's looking really good for them, and you'd think that with 2 wins, Fury would be topping the standings, but no. Lanimals coming out of the woodwork are on top. A team that hasn't even won a game today, going into the 6th game, looks to gain the most of the lobby as they sit in 14th place starting today's games. To pick up a full match day win here would push them into playoffs contention and actually maybe be enough to almost clinch land for themselves and live up to the name Lanimals.
Yeah, 47 points prior to this match day. If you get a match day win, it's 25 points. So you are going to shoot yourself up the leaderboard. I cannot wait to witness it. But as we look towards the zones, we're going towards, once again, the center, but we're going to pull a little more towards the northwestern. So I'm looking at teams like Tripods, FaZe to have priority to make a good rotation. Also, Lanimals.
Lanimals, once again, have this information that we are going heavily to the north. A lot of playable area here, as this isn't a position like we so often see with zones that pull a little further towards Trials, where you know you just have to boogie it up as far north as possible and play from there. This time around, the zone splits itself between a bit of Skyhook and Grandma's house down to the south. There are plenty of endings available in this area, from those that pull directly to the center of Skyhook to those that pull just down towards the exit of the train line over towards, as I said before, Grandma's house, perhaps even Sniper Tower. So there's a lot of diversification that teams can go for now. If a position you suspect may be a little too crowded, if you're arriving to zone late, you can play one of those lower percentage positions and bide your time.
You talk about playing and arriving to zone late. FaZe launching themselves into Skyhook right now. You want to take an early access to that building, but you are hedging your bets that you are pulling towards Skyhook. Xset moving a little more central, may run into Rise, but I can't imagine they'd want to engage this early on. And Complexity, as they start moving towards Tunnel, Lanimals, they've retained a good position. They know where that next ring is, and they want to keep moving.
And starting countdown, you do get really nice shields to behoove yourself as well. FaZe's second rotation through the sky will bring them even deeper into the zone, as they haven't encountered a whole lot of resistance just yet. They are going to be sharing some space with Rise in the meantime, but somehow I suspect that neither of these teams will mind too much. Tripods, however, dead center of the ring. They're certainly going to be a team to watch. Lanimal's almost landing directly on top of them, but forced down onto the low ground, robbed of what would have been an amazing position for them, but well done by Tripods to get there early.
If you're Lanimals, do you try to engage Tripods early on and reign supreme with that ultimate high ground?
Only if you think that you're the best team in the lobby. And Lanimals do think pretty highly of themselves, but I wouldn't gamble on it in Game 6. I like the position from here a lot more, especially not knowing what the next couple zones will bring. It's important for Lanimals to wait and see what the rest of the lobby has to offer, because we've seen already this game teams like Oxygen that take that fight a little too early, go down, and net themselves a 0-point Game 6.
And that's mission failure at that point. You started off so strong on the day, but with the success and finding a map win in map number 2, it goes to show you that you can do it, right? We last saw Oxygen Esports at Split 1 playoffs. They came into Split 2, and like a lot of teams, were struggling to find their footing with all of the new updates and the changes. So they've had some success and they had a little bit of failure, but what do? You learn from those moments.
TSM, one of our teams that may be getting off a little free without really having to learn the lesson, or perhaps they've learned it already, because right now they stand with some of the thickest plot armor I have ever seen, second on the day after a season that has far from done them good. It's a slow rotation for them out of Lava Siphon, as they do have ring scan available to them here. 2 gold helmets, my brothers!
What is this? What is this plot armor for TSM?
That's so good, man. Oh my god.
I need some of that plot armor in my life, Dia.
I
Send some
roll
good
up
my
to
way.
a game, I get 2 gold helmets off the rip, triple blues, and Lava Siphon to myself. I'm feeling pretty darn good, and that's to say nothing of the fact that they had a ring console, Tiff. That's to completely ignore the ring console.
Well, Designful does have his trusty wingman back and a digi threat to boot, and just like that, AJ going to fall. Designful now has the full attention, but he's not missing. The ring might be what is going to knock him here, but he can rely on Chaotic and Zach to clutch this up.
A nice finish onto Bird, leaves just Sleepy Panda, and on the disengage back towards launch site as well. Not a whole lot of positions to play here. And unfortunately for Team Diverge, they're going to be soloing this one out. Sleepy Panda perhaps able to recover the banners on this slow close. On the opposite end, most of our teams that are coming from the southern side are playing things a little slower. Tends to happen when we get northern zones. So teams like LG, E8, as we already talked about, TSM, are going to be tanking zone for a little while longer and biding their time as they move up towards the north, slowly but surely, where Furia, already finding themselves in the north, are going to try and play edge and reverse their position to be one where they can play a little more aggressively.
Speaking of aggressive, we're getting an EMP, a Seer exhibit, and Furia is having to go against this Zera with the amped covers, trying to reign on the high ground, but is forced to back off a little bit. The last time we see the battle of this bridge, it was Lanimals and TSM. This time, it's Furia and Meat Lovers.
I have never seen a team repel Furia so thoroughly as well. A position on the bridge with a full bit of rampart cover, still has Zera sending it all the way down towards the hill, and Furia, who set themselves up early to look for kills, have now got to run. Luminosity may be in a similar position. They're landing over in tree, has moved them into a spot where living is a tenuous situation, especially as E8 start to push up on them through a catalyst wall. Design's got a flank, no shields, and here in the zone, it's a game of balancing your heals versus your damage. Something that Chaotic is doing well as Design takes a second to reset, and Zach apparently is going to be left for dead. No finish here for E8. They are just letting this happen, knowing they have KP already, 5 KP in fact, and that it's better to just survive.
Surviving with 5 KP and getting placement points to join alongside of that is more important, in my opinion, than taking this engagement with Luminosity and potentially forfeiting all the placement points that you could have gotten. TSM, though, getting that map room scan is going to have all of the information on where they need to approach next.
It is a slow but sure movement, and like you said, information really helping TSM here. They've chosen not to move out and get ring scan, instead just good god snipe down, picking up some of the info. Did you see snipe down killing all of Complexity?
Look, sometimes snipe down pops off and sometimes snipe down pops off.
They're all dead now. This is the last game for them, and the last thing they saw was Snipe Down's face.
Not a bad way to go out.
That's true.
You know, it's not a bad way. It's not a bad way at all. Snipe Down asserting the dominance. Every time we get Snipe Down on the broadcast, whether it's interviewing him, hearing what he has to talk about and how he has approached competitive, getting on face, poising themselves for the position towards playoffs. In specifically, the last time we spoke to him, remember how he mentioned that it was so hard for him to go to London and sit in the crowd and watch all of his competitors and colleagues compete? He doesn't want to feel that again. Now, granted, him and the wifey did get to tour London and look like they had a really good time, but we'd like to see him competing.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be the same problem for them this split around. Luminosity playing things slow and steady for now. Are going to be doing exactly what we expect of a zone team. The crafting rotation for the moment not befitting them, as double taps and shotgun bolts aren't doing them a whole lot of good with the flatline SMG, but med kits, they're helping out a lot.
5th place overall on the day with 42 points. They came into this match day, we were talking about it, in 15th. One of the bubble teams and my team to watch in particular needing to find success. But this setup, the fortress that I'm witnessing for our 2-time map winners today from Furia, impeccable. It's an artist.
At this point, playing up on height right now, the best position because it is one of the more flexible as well. This sniper tower, difficult to siege, but with ordinances, you can unseat a Rampart, and this is one of the vulnerabilities of running something like Rampart and not Watson. If you are going to take height when you have no vertical cover, arc stars, frag grenades, thermites, they tend to do a whole lot more. They tend to be a whole lot more effective in taking you out.
Sleepy Panda, the lone standing member of Team Diverge, is trying to face off against TSM, and that was scary. You just met your firing squad.
It's a really not fun way to go, but one that we know that with the chokehold that TSM has put on the lobby is going to happen. When TSM are in charge, when they have the flank on you, it's infrequent that they throw that away. It is when they feel backed into a corner, like maybe now, that TSM do start to falter. Reps is hitting the bat for now. SCS are pushing up on them, keeping them trapped inside this building. Double Seer ults are forced out, and SCS, with reckless abandon, are going to jump onto the high ground, seeking their next kill.
Koifel, new to the SCS roster, knowing that they lost out to a fight with TSM earlier, although they have no idea it is TSM that they are engaging with here in Grandma's house. This would be vengeance for them because they would have had Godspot back in map number 3.
Picking up the initial kill, TSM, they're starting to turn things around. Hal goes down, but again, for Holst is still alive, leaving reps to finish it all off. SCS get the good old Uno reverse card from TSM, who have a little bit of time to reset before the next third party starts to appear. This fight took just long enough. The ring is pulling with just enough of Grandma's house in that this position is looking mighty attractive to other squads that could be showing up.
Reps, the backbone of TSM, keeping the dream alive for them. If they can clear out their back and prevent anyone from mirroring them on this rotation, it will keep them alive long enough to find some success. Lanimals now in second place overall on match day number 8 with 53 points, have taken over the high ground. Dia, we were talking about this early on. Would they be able to take it over? They do.
And it's a fortunate position, and one that we now understand has actually been given over to this squad as well. Then this is not in the next zone. Lanimal's position is temporary, and they have to work on the next moves towards the ring. This building just a touch inside the zone, and one that'll allow Lanimals to stall things out, perhaps taking a late Valkyrie ultimate once they realize where the subsequent rings are pulling them. But it isn't a position that's going to last Lanimals for a very long time.
Yeah, you talk about the Valk ults. That late game is not going to bode well for them. I can't imagine you want to make that happen, but Tripods meeting a foe in the form of Luminosity. Yanya, Niazol, and Jaguares are looking to completely eviscerate, forcing the Dark Veil out of him, but Yanya on a Horizon Heights, no problem. He's gonna be able to throw down some immense damage. Jet's gonna fall, and Luminosity are turning the tides in this battle.
Jaguars gets a little bit of cover, but Niazol pokes up, and with the R9 puts an end to Tripods. Drop-in Gaming falling almost simultaneously as those two squads are down for the count. Luminosity get to move in. Plenty of space still available to them on this side as TSM look towards them. A wise move not to rush this hill, instead letting other squads perhaps take some of the burden off of Luminosity, who still have options when it comes to their rotation through this zone. Tunnel perhaps a possibility if they want to move towards Skyhook, and looking at that ring, I suppose they do.
Thinking back to what we were discussing about how Lanimals were going to approach the next zone, well, they have not. They will be sent back to the lobby as they were evaporated by some teams that were nearby. Unfortunate for them, but such a banger match day that they needed. Luminosity, though, finally able to get out of zone, have made their way to the choke point. And now my thing is, will we see TSM wrap around, or will they focus forward?
It does look like the best option for really any team caught around the outside of the ring right now is to push up and try and take either the train tracks or the choke point. Your biggest problem here is 100% Furia, and there's going to be meager cover to be had for any team, including TSM, that try and approach from this area. But the reason that I'm thinking walk up is because a Valk ult almost guarantees your death. A walk-up means that you take a fight with two squads, and if you live, you get a healthy amount of KP as well.
You have to think about Furia and their early positioning in Sniper Tower. Anyone that takes to the skies is going to be met with the Sheila at the hands of Zera.
It's just not happening. I don't think TSM are crazy enough to pull it off right now. Perhaps with a little bit of cover here, but even so, they have such a priority position. It's much more worthwhile to watch their backs, see your ult as a squad comes up, and hope that they can hold on to it. They have relatively few, it seems, neighbors in the area. Luminosity, however, as they're sat inside of Skyhook, have a few more problems, having to leave through this small little tunnel. They've lost Yanya and don't have a whole lot of positions to continue holding. Instead, a wall will be erected by Nizzle to allow Luminosity a little bit more space to play around the outside of the ring, but it isn't being used for now as they try and reset with Yanya instead. The Arc Star stick gonna come through, hopefully the banner recovery, but that's a crack. That's the go button for Nizzle. Wild card go down, and what a stick to change the situation.
Luminosity racking up some KP that was well needed, and Yazul taking the kill leader badge for themselves. Still a duo. The wall is going to fall, but they can focus forward. But look at the mobile respawn beacon just on the edge. They want Yanya back. Imagine Luminosity, a 3-stack going into endgame.
Nazul solo saving that for the team as well. RE45 in hand. This man is an animal, and one that Luminosity are absolutely using to the maximum. Xset know that this is going off, but can do very little to stop the res from Yanya. A quick re-loot off of these bodies, off of his own death box. It doesn't matter, because Luminosity are set up for the push in the next 40 seconds. They won't have things like the Horizon Black Hole. They won't even have a whole lot of options when it comes to cover, as Nazul doesn't have the Dark Veil just yet, but with 30 seconds left, all they need is a bit of time, and this ring may very well give it to them.
An ult Excel takes about 7 seconds to pop. They may be able to get that off because one of the members of Luminosity was pinging an ultimate accelerant. It just depends on what they're going to value most. Meanwhile, Furia living their best life atop the sniper tower, an execution squad looking down upon TSM.
And we did talk about TSM's walk up. They've had a pretty easy go of it so far, not encountering any resistance, but now we know that they've got to go up against Furia. They've got to go up against the meat lovers to see what squad actually gets to play Apex Legends in Skyhook and who goes down before seeing the next zone. Howl and the team have gotten priority. A little bit of cover as well. And the round's starting to close, leading me to believe that TSM are going to be just fine up on this height.
Well, let's see. Let's check in with Hal, Verholst, and Reps jumping into a quick listen-in with TSM.
Can we look roof of the building?
I'm batting. I'm watching the right now.
We just get as many points as we can right now, guys. Just get as many points as we can.
We're really safe here.
They are safe.
Evan, get him stay. I have a high ground here. I have a high ground here.
I have an even better angle up here, Hal.
I'm popping Altig cell. I'm popping Altig cell.
It's looking at us. Careful.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. We just make sure this team is an ape us on the right.
Yes.
I have 40 light.
Bro, I can play all the way up here.
Okay.
Okay, what's our play? Do we dive left and get kills, or do we try to like go right side and push them in? I can't see anything. It's all you guys. I cannot check anything.
I'm looking.
It's like five, bro. It's like 4 teams in the building. It's like 4 teams in the building. We have to just live. We have to live.
Maybe we play the top of the rock.
These are my last 3 cells. If you have extra cells.
I have 8. I think we play the top of the rock late. Maybe.
Can we
play up there?
You have your Horizon ult. I have an ult Excel.
I have 10%. 10%.
Okay, I'm popping this. I'm popping this in. I'm getting
Don't need 4 cells. I have no cells.
Here.
You guys need to decide.
I have an arc for height.
If we are going over, you have to cue me.
I know. We might go for the roof though.
There's a team there.
I think we have to focus the roof. Shoot them off the roof.
I don't have nades for this. I don't have nades for this.
I do. I don't actually.
I have an arc.
I gotta tank this arc.
We can play the side of the building maybe on the right. We can play the side of the building on the right. Like jump down on. Okay. I'm gonna go down.
On the right.
I'm gonna go right. I'm outside. Come to me. I'm safe. I'm safe.
Batting on you. Batting on you.
It's a caustic bottom floor. Caustic bottom floor. We gotta worry about.
They're about to swing us, I think.
Can we queue up lane? Queue up lane.
On balcony.
Queue up.
Take height. Shit on height.
Oh, I'm dead from under. It's all you.
You go, Jonas. Only one guy.
Behind you. Behind you. Behind you.
Give me knock.
Here, bro.
Back in, as you can see, the battle of the building in Skyhook has turned into a bloodbath. Hal very aware that there is a caustic on that starting floor, but Furia has moved from sniper tower, reigning supreme at the top. The amped covers are the only thing keeping his Watson alive. Can he withstand? No. Furia is out, TSM is out, and now it's an all-out battle.
And not even E8 have room to breathe. Chaotic gonna be gunned down as he approaches the building, unable to access the inside. In comes the EMP. Chaotic goes down, and Xset of all teams are on top.
Sykes on Horizon. They've got just a corner of this building, but we talked about Furia being the firing squad. Well, now you're looking down the barrels. It's fun FPS. Nocturnal and Sykes taking what is theirs.
4 teams left, but this defensive bombardment is ruining XSET's day. Nocturnal, the only one safe from harm as he plummets back to the ground. In come the beams from above. LTC and Native are down. XSET take the last game of the day.
Impressively played for the XSET boys. You know, I have to think Hodzic, their legendary coach, Nocturnal just was talking about him on a podcast recently and how he respects Hodzic so incredibly much and almost looks to him like a second dad and wants to make him proud. We were talking about the potential of XSET taking home a championship for Split 2 playoffs. Should that happen, I always think it's a matter of when, not if, they hoist that trophy rain day, but I just want to see Hodzic proud.
It does feel if or when is the answer, and I think that it's more of a win, and I think this is a team that is in form. They clearly had a great run at that final game. I know that they are going to be in the mix for something around first, second, third. It felt like after that performance, but did TSM do enough? We heard that listening. That was drama at its finest. We cut it off before it went to a little bit more drama than we could have on this broadcast, but you could tell reps not happy with letting that moment slip through their fingers. It's got to be frustrating, Dia, to be so close, but then not be able to secure it. Now have to wait and see if they did enough based on the other teams.
Especially looking at the way that these past 2 games have gone for TSM, no matter what the result is today, Rampart is now their worst enemy because it's been 2 games where they've had to push height into a Rampart and gone down. This time to Furia, who had a really good game themselves, not being able to survive for nearly as long, but holding the roof even up against XSET until XSET finally evicted them from such an area was a really good move. And we had a lot of teams that honestly played that end zone really well. E8 among them, and I felt Native played very, very well.
Yeah, Tiff, Native was right there. They had a chance. I thought they might actually sneak that one out.
Yeah, we always talk about the bubble teams, more particularly around the top 10, but Native, they really stepped up today. We're talking about relegation. They were one of the teams that were at risk from that happening to them. But after this match day, by no means should they be at risk.
And they should be very proud of what they put together in a tough lobby. Everyone in this lobby, whether you're on the E8 side, you're on the Oxygen side, you're on the Rise side, the lowest of lows of our table right now, to the very high side with XSET, the highest of highs, everyone was gunning for this win. And it doesn't come easy, as you can see in the Apex Legends Global Series. I know we have some highlights coming up pretty soon around this one, but, you know, just kind of teeing off some general thoughts before that runs through. Dia, I don't want to go into predictions yet, but the question certainly is, did TSM do enough? The question is, though, how did you like the transition of these final games on World's Edge? Even beside the points or not, does this feel like a team that is starting to look like themselves again?
They are, and it's a road to recovery. I don't look at the games today out of TSM or really any squad and say this is them at peak performance. A lot of our teams today felt shaky, and I think a big part of that is the adrenaline. From map to map, we had a lot of variability as teams realize that they're coming up on the end of the season, and especially for Group A, this is their last day of games. So while TSM did do well, I'm still looking at them to regain the form that they had during playoffs, and the road doesn't end here. I know they know that.
I think that's an important point too, Tiff. While we wait, the key is, yes, you do need as many points today. It's a big difference between first and second. 4 points, 25 or 21. And even first and third, that's an even bigger difference. It's 7 points. So what you want to make sure of is you get as much as you can now, because then there's still work to do. Then you're not in the top 10 yet, but you get a chance to play in the regional finals. And what a lot of people forget is that points count there too. So even if you don't win, that team will take first. But if you get second, there's still 21 points you can add to your total. And that might be the thing that actually saves the TSMs, or maybe even Lanimals, who are looking like they're in a good position with the score that they had so far, Tiff.
Yeah, but when we think of Split 1 regional finals, do you remember how chaotic that was? It ended in such a short fashion with a team that we weren't necessarily expecting. And that was the final nail in the coffin for a lot of the big orgs that were looking on the cusp of going to London. Fell short just because the regional finals, they couldn't get their groove and it had already ended. So they end with the lowest amount of points possible.
waiting for some highlights to come in, and so we'll start talking about that when they show up. Here they are, and you cast this game, Dia, but from the beginning, I liked a couple things that I saw. E8, I thought, starting to find some rhythm. This is a team I feel really actually meshes well personality-wise, and I think it's shown up in game. Luminosity, too, hit their stride. This was a team that I think was 49 points in with maybe 8 teams left to go. They could have won this entire tournament with the situation they were set up in. And how about Reps? The like of Reps coming in. Verhulst goes down. Hal tries his best. Reps cleans it up, gets the double revive. You can almost tell that maybe that's what led to the frustration, because they had to fight so hard for everything that they got in this game, Tiff.
Yeah, then you have to think, was it enough? Then you have this fight with Luminosity taking on Tripods, who have been finding their new identity under the helm of Nick Merckx as an IGL. Then Luminosity makes their way over to Skyhook. Some beautifully timed arc stars allow them to get a reset, but then they meet the firing squad of Xset.
We talked about it going into that rotation as well. There was very little that a team like Luminosity could do, having weathered a lot and expended many cooldowns to take the previous reset. And this was where we saw teams reaching their natural conclusion. Even TSM, who out of cooldowns, out of options, had to send it onto the roof. Furia backed into a corner, and this last game was a lot of teams playing their very best Apex Legends of the day.
And you could have seen that was maybe, of course, something they'd rather have back, because a bad plan executed well, better than a good plan executed poorly. The roof might have been the right spot, but there was a little bit of hesitation. They didn't all focus on the same targets, and it just ended up really not helping. But Xset climbing to the very, very top, landing right back down. Again, this was so close. Native win, you see LG win. If any of these teams win besides Xset, it could be a different story at the top. And when you look at it here are the points. People who have done quick math, who have gone back in our VOD, paused it, looked at what they had when they died. They know the answer already. We don't. But look at that. I mean, that's a lot of points spread across the top 10, Tiff.
And Sentinels and LTC didn't get enough love in map number 6 when we were going through it, but they have found a good position for themselves. 21 points for Xset, 15 for Sentinels, LTC at 12, and Native Gaming with one of the most consistent performances that we have witnessed in Split 2 for them, showing up.
Big shout out for them, Native Gaming. Bottom 20, bottom 10 of our 20. It was a day that maybe for Rise was exceptional. For FaZe, Lanimals, maybe a little bit more expected of FaZe. Maybe Lanimals, they did a lot more than we expected. However, Complexity, Oxygen Esports, definitely let it slip a little bit at the end, yeah.
3 points for Lanimals. That is very scary, no matter what your position is. As we talked about, though, teams like Rise had a pretty good day. Wildcard, my team to watch, falling a little bit short of the mark, but still looking forward to regional finals.
Well, the moment you have been waiting for, the series results. Did they do enough? It is a TSM win. They achieved 31 points in game 3, 19 kills, 12 placement points. That one game might have been the difference. It certainly was here with Lanimals 2 points behind. They didn't do enough. Furia, if they had stayed alive and won, would have actually been able to go leapfrog them. Luminosity, same exact position. Native Gaming, if they win from 4th place to 1st with the kills they get, they would have jumped up. Xset was the team that had to win based on how they had performed today in order to allow TSM to stay alive at 1st in that final 5. What a story. What a moment, Tiff. They might just be back in it.
This is exciting. As I look at this, this is one of the closest match day points that I have witnessed, and it was well-deserved, well-fought for all of our teams. The teams that were on the precipice of trying to break into the top 10 and get as many points as possible before moving over to the regional finals have showed up and showed out, and that just makes me so happy.
And big shout out to Tripods, who have their highest placement of the season today, as well as Rise, who have their highest placement of the season today. And I believe if you look at Oxygen Esports, they have their tied for highest placement of the day, 2 actually 8th places already from today. So they're very consistent. Shout outs to those teams alongside Native Gaming. But let's take a look at these overall standings in North America, because page one tells a different story now. TSM with 76 points. The magic number, Dia, I'm going to start with you. We said it was probably about 82. That means that if they are able to keep in the top 20, which certainly it feels possible, they would need something like above a 14th place to get those extra 6 points and possibly, just possibly, go back to land.
It's looking like it. I keep thinking, seeing TSM in 6th now, that even Achilles must be complaining about how OP these guys are, because TSM just refuse to die, even when they are at the weakest that we have seen them in the history of Apex Legends. Importantly, Wildcard retained their 8th place spot as a team to watch. I have got to bring them up. And Xset do finally take the top of the leaderboards, now going up against Optic on the morrow to see who will really reign supreme. Spoilers, it's probably Xset with the way they've been playing. But Optic, you know, they got something in them.
They certainly do. Optic has been phenomenal. I would say that they have done a great job. And yes, shout outs to Xset on the top. Tip, before we move on, just any reactions to this top 10 from you?
It's wild. We were talking about Xset not even needing to play because they had that game in hand, but now reigning supreme at the top. 100 Thieves, though, with the 69 points, just a few points separating them. This is entirely close. 69 is the threshold for the 10th place, 70 for complexity. So for all the teams that now find themselves on the bubble, moving into some of the final match days, you have your work cut out for you. Fight for every point because it makes a difference.
And I will say, it was a tough day for Meat Lovers, who, starting with 68 points, end up with only 4 more and now have 72. What a consistent season they've had. Everyone gets a little bit of a, not the best performance one of these days. So we'll hope to see that they can retain their spot and definitely vie for a spot here in our regional finals. However, let's go to the back half of it and talk about people who need to continue to perform. A lot of these teams will actually find a way to continue to have a chance to earn more. We're talking about Luminosity, and we're definitely talking, I think, about Elevate, who are in this position. A big win from them. They played well. You look at Oxygen Esports, they played well too, Dia. I mean, yes, it wasn't the game type of day that got them 25 points, but you certainly felt that on the right side of things, it could have.
Yeah, and you look towards regional finals as well, and knowing how close things are, really anybody, especially if you're in the top 15 in the league, are feeling really comfortable. But that cutoff and where you start to get really uncomfortable is 20th place, and LTC Esports likely the most uncomfortable squad in Apex right now. Because let's take a look. They have 45 points right now, but right below them, CLG. And CLG, very unfortunately for LTC, play tomorrow.
Yeah, and this is where you start to get interesting kind of matchups here, because yes, you'll see CLG play again. You will see, however, Tripods play again, who had a highest, their highest performance of the season so far. If they do one more of those things, maybe they're in that regional final. And once you're in there, the winner goes to land no matter what. It doesn't matter how many points you got. If you win, you're going to land. That's what these teams are fighting for in the 21st to 30th, and I cannot wait to see it. Tomorrow is going to be an exciting day. But of course, today was very exciting as well. I'm very, very, very happy with the results, as we had maybe one of the more competitive days of Apex Legends in North America than we've seen all split. And of course, a few players stood out. So let's talk about today's Monster Energy MVPs. Tiff, you know how we do. Let's kick it off with you. Who was your Monster Energy MVP nomination today?
Well, despite all the insane action and a lot of players that performed exceptionally well, I'm thrilled to announce that my Monster Energy MVP nomination is none other than Big E himself, Verholst from TSM. They knew what was needed to be done and the questions that were asked of them. Hal himself tweeted out, TSM game day. We need a TSM win, and they answered. But Verholst was a key piece to the scenario that really led them to finding some success. 14 eliminations, 5 assists, 4,000 plus damage dealt, and it made all the differential. This 31-point game on Storm Point for them was made so possible by the fact that Verholst was able to get above the Dark Veil and cause havoc to Complexity and then focus towards FaZe. This was a phenomenal game that really showed out to them and carried the majority of their points throughout this match day series. So shout out to Verholst, that's my nomination. But Dia, I've got to hear it. Who's yours?
Well, when I think of my Monster Energy MVP, I have to pick a monster, right? And a monster is somebody who, despite not winning a match today, still manages to capture the attention and the hearts of those at home. Of course, I'm talking about Luminosity Gaming's Nazul. Being able to pick up, I will say, even more damage than Verholst on the day, had the second most kills in the lobby over the course of these 6 games, and on average, of course, putting up 35% of his team's damage over the course of the league. Nazul went wild, especially in our games on World's Edge, clutching it up for the team multiple times on the Catalyst. An excellent refragger, and in Nazul's case, probably just a fragger, opening things up for them over in Epicenter, and most notably, in those last couple of seconds, taking down Wildcard in Skyhook, where it makes all the difference to pick up 3 KP, especially for a team that, as we all know, was on the verge of having one of the toughest seasons we could have predicted. Rain Day, I've talked about Nazul. I know you love Luminosity.
I
Who
do.
else are you giving love to?
I'm giving love to a team that always likes to show us something different. You know, when we watch these games, we do 12 in a day. Our viewers, maybe they watch NA, they do 6. They got to see something cool. Well, no way there is someone producing better and more interesting performances on characters into the high-level play than Albrelelli. And you could tell that he was on a different level, allowing you to see how his team is utilizing Rampart within the composition. A brand new squad. From Gibraltar to Rampart to just being his own player to Loba, which was phenomenal in my opinion, and I think is very underrated in terms of in-game circles. You could tell that Lanimals have their own style. Lou, Naughty, and Albrelelli have had history in Apex, and they have done great things, but it's been a minute. This could be their comeback tour. 3 journeyman players after a while haven't found the right fit and now find it together, and they look very deadly. Managing this type of situation for him kind of put his name into my book, and you could tell Max, one of the most accomplished mechanical players in all of the Battle Royale scene. If he continues to play like this and we continue to see Lanimals lead off of his leadership, I think they're going to be a threat at LAN, but they still have a little bit of work to do to get there. That's been our Monster Energy MVPs for today. All right, man, it's what a day. What a day. I think all those teams have been phenomenal. You know, you mentioned Verholst. You talked about LG and what they were doing with Nazul. I mean, I mentioned Albrelelli. All 3 of those teams and those players specifically made a huge impact today, Tiff.
They really did. Sometimes it takes not only impressive skills, but strategic thinking off the back of maybe a less than advantageous positioning. And I think back to the last game that we witnessed Xset taking the victory on, that was challenging. And when we got that listen in, that was a really good insight, Dia, on how TSM was approaching, knowing that this was not going to end well. And you kept hearing, we need to get to the roof.
Well, you know, something my dad always jokes around with my little brother is a little saying he likes to say, doing big things, driving big cars whenever they do something well. I like to think that Big E has done some big things today, and he may not be driving big cars right now, but he definitely helped drive his team over to a first place finish, which TSM desperately needed. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Big E. Welcome to our post-game interview, man. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So we got to start off with it. I just need a reaction. You guys needed this. The whole world knew you needed this. You knew you needed this. Talk to me about what's going on through your head after placing first place today.
Yeah, it feels amazing. Now we have a lot more like leniency to like make mistakes in the regional finals. Like we don't have to like play like we basically don't have to like drop like a nuke in regional finals, and that takes off a lot of like pressure, which will definitely help us go into the finals, I think. But yeah, it feels amazing to get first place and like know that we can still go to LAN instead of like if we had gotten like 8th place today, 9th place today, like our land chances would have been really, really bad. But getting this first was huge for us.
Huge indeed. I mean, I've seen the timeline go crazy saying the TSM plot armor is real. But once again, congratulations, Verhulst. I do have a question. We've been speculating a lot kind of on the changes of Season 16 and how it's been affecting some of the top tier teams, including you guys. Can you tell me about some of the biggest challenges that you guys have faced personally and how you've worked to overcome them?
I think just like the biggest like challenge for us was just finding a comp that we liked, a comp that we like thought we were good on. Like initially we tried out Catalyst since like Val couldn't scan Beacon anymore, so we thought we had to play a character like Catalyst or like Rampart or something to scan Beacon. And we wasted a week trying to play Catalyst. We didn't do well in Catalyst. We tried to play Bangalore. I don't remember what our first 2 weeks comp was, but it was like Bangalore something, and we didn't do well in that. We just weren't comfortable. Like, so we ended up going back to a comp that we know we're really comfortable on, and that we can pretty much do well on no matter what happens, like no matter where the zone goes, blah blah blah. And yeah, I think the character changes was like a huge like kind of thing to like overcome for us. Another big thing was we thought it was a good idea to like swap to launchpad and then like swap back to wall like weeks after swapping to launchpad, and that kind of screwed us because E8 hopped on wall. They claimed wall the second we left, so we basically had to like left the POI. A team took it, and we had to go back, and we spent the last 4 weeks contesting them, like kind of contesting them. But yeah, that also kind of like screwed us a little bit. So those are the two biggest things, like the team comp and E8 landing at wall.
It has been a tough season for you guys, and I mean, you're not bottom 25, you're not anywhere close, but especially as TSM goes, people have very high expectations, and I'm sure you get questions like this all the time. But Verhulst, you're an incredibly positive person. How in the midst of trying to figure out your own route through, your team's route through, do you keep trust in your teammates and most importantly in yourself?
Yeah, of course. I always trust my teammates. Like, if I didn't trust my teammates, I wouldn't be on this team. Like, I think my teammates are some of the best players in the world, if not the best players in the world. And I think it's really easy to maintain trust. Staying positive all the time can definitely be hard. But honestly, I think it's easy to look. It's easy to look like a really, really positive person by comparison to the rest of the pro scene, I feel like. But yeah, honestly, I don't think I'm like some crazy positive person. I think I'm just like kind of like normal.
So it's all
Everybody else
relative.
is just super negative all the time. I swear.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of how I thought about it. Like certain people are so negative just about like the state of the game, like changes, like the game's dying, blah blah blah. It's like I don't know. I think it's really easy to look like a super positive person in the scene.
Well, you do it great. So thank you,
Thanks.
Because it is really nice to see you, as I say, being positive, perhaps relatively, but positive nonetheless.
You don't see a lot of, haterade from the Verhulst timeline. I will tell you that. There's not a lot of rage tweets that you put out. So good on you, man. I think that will serve you better in life than the opposite. So keep it up. You guys have definitely done a great job today. We'll let you go, celebrate, hang out, and talk with your teammates, family. But thanks so much, and congrats on the win.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Verhulst of TSM, absolute performer today. And Tiff, Dia, it was great talking to him. I mean, Tiff, he seemed relaxed, but also got some great information on the process of Season 16. It was pretty much what we speculated.
Yeah, we think about a lot of the teams that were at the top prior, whether that was in Split 1, that were just facing identity crises. And you keep hearing from some teams, they're like, we went back to our comfort legends and found success. Imagine choosing comfort over what is deemed meta.
And I think, Dia, too, to your point, Nasky had tweeted that he felt Verhulst was one of the most successful players in this current age of Apex Legends Global Series because of his things outside of the game, his positivity, his willingness to take care of himself, his focus on mental and physical health. Those things go a long way. And it's kind of, you're right, maybe it's relative to gamers, but in many ways, he does stand out in this scene because of those things that are contrasted from how most players are.
Yeah, and it's really important to be able to keep your skill set, your soft skills, as one might say, flexible, especially in the behind the scenes where you are spending so much time with your squad. I still have a few questions for Verholz too. I wish I could just keep him here for like an hour and just ask him questions about the meta, but we can't. We'll have to wait till he pops off again.
Well, lots of ways to hear what Verholst has to think. I'm sure he'll be around very soon. Also, remember that if you consider the fact that we've had a great day, it's almost time to close. But we cannot close before we do one thing. That's thanks to WD Black's What's in Your Pack. Let's talk the car. SMG. Doing big things, driving big cars. It works this time, Tiff.
It does, and it's to no avail that another SMG has become what's in your pack. And we talk about some of the changes that the car has witnessed over its time in Apex Legends, that nerf to the mag size being the most critical. But I think still reigning supreme is the ability to use either ammo.
Yeah, this is by far the most important aspect of the car, is its early game flexibility and the fact that you can just really pick it up whenever, and it does significant damage. This isn't a massive gap between the R9 and it, though in time to kill it seems like it. In a game of mere seconds, where, as we saw earlier, Rain Day, one clip can go wide, the car does just as well as anything.
Yeah, and like Tiff mentioned, you know, those ammo issues, often not a problem when you're running the car SMG. Maybe falling a step to the R9 this season, but still a lethal weapon. Thanks to WD Black for letting us know today what's in your pack. All right, that usually means that it is time to wrap. I'm going to start with you, Tiff. Final thoughts on the day and TSM's big win.
TSM plot armor go crazy. That's my final thought of the day. But no, it's really good to see Lanimals as well finding their form. My only questions are for what's going to happen for the final match day. You ask what all these teams need. Teams like NRG, this is a massive organization that now finds them on the cusp of finding their regional finals needing to be what is their key to success. So I'm looking forward to seeing all the action tomorrow. I'll be watching from my couch as Onset and Gaskin slay it.
I don't know about that. You know, they still need a little bit of practice. They haven't cast enough Apex in their life. Just kidding, of course. And let's head to you, Dia. It was a great broadcast today, and I want to get your thoughts on just closing it up and TSM, Lanimals, Native, you know, the teams that really performed today and what you think this means for the future of our next few games.
Yeah, I mean, we've really had an incredible day, and all the teams that you mentioned got to take a big step up in the standings, no matter where they were relative to each other. And that's an important thing to have during the tail end of the season, is no matter what position you're in, constantly being focused on yourselves, investing in your team and playing your best game. And we saw a lot of that today, because what we didn't see was teams, and if more specifically individual players, scattering and doing their own things, making their own plays. What instead we saw was squads operating on the same page and finding success through that. So I'm really heartened by the performances we've seen today. And to echo Tiff, I can't wait to see Groups B versus C in both EMEA and North America tomorrow.
I love it. Thank you so much. You both have done a great job. Get some rest, watch tomorrow, and I will be watching alongside with you. Big shout out to, on my end, to XZ, because I do think that they won that last game, and they've just been excellent. They have not dropped the ball whatsoever, and my final thoughts are just to give a little bit of support to a team that, yes, maybe didn't get the highlight today, but certainly deserve it over the course of their play. Tomorrow, though, we'll see who might be able to steal that highlight, because guess what? XZ will be playing yet again in North America, and so will Optic Gaming, two of our leaders overall. But guess what? Dark Zero's in the mix, and so in EMEA are some of the other biggest names, whether it's Alliance coming through, J-Link's Esports, and Phoenix's Horizon Union. Sitting at 10th spot right now, they'll have a chance to push themselves into a potential LAN qualification. But we will have to wait and see. All the drama ready to unfold tomorrow, mañana, 10 a.m. Pacific time. Be there, because after this, it's regional finals, 10 teams watching on the sidelines, 20 teams will be fighting for an instant chance at LAN. 6 games, you win it, you go to LAN. Oh, well, actually, never mind, not 6, match point, however long we go. That's what makes that one fun. It's been a great broadcast today. We told you it would be good. It ended up being better than even I thought it was. Make sure to follow us on Play Apex Esports right now. Go to Twitter, Play Apex Esports, and also Play Apex on Twitch and on YouTube so you can keep up with all of the content that we're making here. We only have one more day of technically the regular season, and then we get into our regional finals match point format in May 7th. It is going to be a phenomenal end to this, setting us up for an even better land than Split 1, which is going to be hard to beat. My name is Randy. I hope you've enjoyed staying along with us. From all of us in the broadcast crew, production, and everyone, the casters, pros, and players, and of course, you guys who supported this, we thank you, we love you, and never give up. Never stop gaming. We'll see you all tomorrow.